Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Iris. The roar of the crowd is nerve-wracking. I'll give the girls that. So far, the game has gone in our favor. We are up by 3 points, and it doesn't seem like the boys will give up any ground, not if they can help it anyway. They're all huddled together. It's almost time for their routine. "All right, ladies," I say, lifting my voice just enough to get over the chatter surrounding us. They stop and look over. "It's time to go out on that field and show them how much fun you're having. Show them all the hard work and dedication that you've all put into this routine." I'm answered with a bunch of nervous laughter. A couple of the girls run their hands through their hair or fiddle with the hems of their skirts. Not exactly the reaction that I was looking for. I mean it. You are all just as important as the boys playing. The audience came to see you too. That gets another round of laughs, a little less nervous. One of the girls is still looking anywhere but at me. She is the newest member of the squad, always standing on the fringe. "Especially you, Penny. You're going to rock tonight." "What makes you so sure, Coach?" Penny asks. Everything about her is skeptical. "Because the first dance is always the worst. We've all been there," I tell her. I smile and put a gentle hand on her shoulder. "But you just need to go out there and dance. I know you love it. I've seen your passion in practice. Just go out there and dance like your lives depend on it." That seems to have put the wind back in their sails. The girls start to cheer each other up. Hopefully it doesn't take too much longer. It is almost time for their set. I know how hard they worked on it, and all I want is for them to succeed. I'm so proud of these girls. All of them. Even the ones that aren't paying attention to anything except for the boys on the other side of the field. I understand that feeling too. Teenagers these days tend to forget that the adults in their lives used to be their age. I used to stand exactly where they are, with those first performance jitters. The anxious energy of messing up in front of everyone in town. The fear of screwing up that chance at a scholarship. I understand that they want to look good in front of their crushes. To be able to walk across the field at the end and flirt shamelessly with the boys. Delivering a stellar performance will certainly give them an extra boost of confidence. I know because I was no different at their age. I danced my way from high school all the way to Penn State. I would have climbed the human pyramid all the way to the NFL if a bad backflip hadn't landed me in the hospital. 3 rounds of reconstructive surgery later, now my knee only hurts when it rains. I flirted with all the guys too. It just came with the territory. "All right, ladies. Eyes forward," I call out to them, trying to get their attention, though they are not the only ones with wandering eyes. I catch sight of him across the field, clipboard in his hands as he looks over his notes. I wrinkle my nose. Some might say that it's fate. I think it is the exact opposite. James Finch, the current coach of the football team. A lot of people found it funny that the two of us ended up teaching and coaching at our old high school. He was a linebacker when we were in school. He still fills his uniform out just as well as he did back then, too. Though we never got along, despite what everyone else thought. I couldn't stand him. He was always too cocky and sure of himself. He thought that his skill was going to take him places. Maybe it had, or maybe he peaked in high school. We were never friends. James Finch was a constant thorn in my side. But damn, those shorts are tight. They do wonders for his buttocks and those legs. He clearly hasn't lost any of his form. I wonder what his routine is to keep in shape. I bet he runs in the mornings. He would be the type to get up early and go for a run. Coach? Coach? One of the girls calls out. I blink and look over to see 16 pairs of eyes staring intently at me. Yes? I ask. I just have to act like nothing happened. I did not get caught by my girls staring at the football coach, though the various degrees of disbelief on their faces makes it hard to convince any of us. We were calling you for like 2 minutes, Penny says. I'm sure that is not the case. Just making sure your head was in the game, one teases. Yeah, you were starting to drool, another says, creating a round of giggles from the rest of the girls. I don't know what you're talking about, I tell them. Of course, they all share a knowing smile. I just want to pretend that it never happened. I do not need them gossiping about me staring at James from across the field. I especially do not need that gossip getting back to him. My face is heating up. I cannot tell if it is more from embarrassment or irritation at this point. It might just be a healthy mix of both. All right, that's enough, I snap. We're going to run through the routine once more. There is a round of complaints from the girls. I put my hands on my hips and stare them down. Do it! Slowly, with deep sighs, they gather their palms and get into formation. I know that they can do it flawlessly, probably even in their sleep by now. They need the distraction from their nerves to see that they can do this with people watching. I need the distraction from the way James looks in those shorts. That should be illegal.
Chapter 2. James. I flipped the paper over to a blank sheet and pulled the pencil out from behind my ear. All right, boys. I start drawing out the game plan. We have to make some small adjustments. The other team is coming on stronger than I had anticipated. Clearly, they switched up their roster from last year. I only recognized some of the seniors and noticed that they had a new quarterback. I look up and frown, tracking the line of sight of a couple of the boys to the cheerleaders on the other side. Great. This is the perfect way to start a game. Hey, Franco! I snap. It feels good when the teenager jumps, startled and embarrassed at getting called out for looking. Eyes on me and not the twerking bottoms across the field. Sorry, Coach, Franco apologizes, even as the other boys all chuckle and laugh. They know what is up, as they would say. Don't get too mad, Coach. You have to admit that they're nice to look at. I raise an eyebrow. For you, maybe? There is nothing appealing about a bunch of teenagers dancing to Rihanna, though I can admit that there is some talent involved. I know I would never be able to pull off some of the moves those girls do. Not even when I was their age. A lot of that can be attributed to their new coach. I look back over the field and see her, Iris Carson, barking orders at her girls like a drill sergeant. Maybe they need it if their eyes are wandering as badly as the boys are. Teenagers and their hormones. Then again, what's a little peek? Iris is hot. She was attractive in high school, but the years since have only amplified it. It is a shame that she is not wearing a cheerleading uniform, though the yoga pants and tracksuit jacket do just as good of a job at framing her figure, showing the curve of her buttocks and the slim waist. She should have gone places. Places a lot bigger than Holly Brook High School. I saw her twice on the cheerleading team for Penn State. Too bad she was injured. Well, maybe she'll have a hand in paving the way for the next hot cheerleader to make it to state and go all the way to the NFL. Nothing quite like placing all your hopes and dreams on someone who might have to quit halfway through the year because of an unexpected pregnancy. I shake my head. No point in getting distracted by ifs, buts, and maybes. All right, everyone huddle up, I say. I snap my fingers and try again to get the attention of all the boys. Once all their eyes are on me, I hold up the clipboard so they can see. Just like we talked about at practice. Strong defense, hard and fast offense. We'll have the advantage of synergy. What? Franco asks. His gaze drifts back across the field. Honestly, Synergy. Your ability to work together as one. You've been together for a long time now. Most of the kids over there look brand new. Even their quarterback is new. They'll crumble under you. Maybe. There's a lot of people here tonight. A shaky voice comes from near the back of the group. There's a chorus of agreement from the rest of the boys. I sigh and pinch the bridge of my nose. This is normal. They're here to watch you play, so play your heart out. Make that good impression. Get that scholarship. They all put their hands in and on three. The whistle blows. Finally, the boys get into position and the coin is tossed. Franco calls heads and the ball starts with the other team. That's fine. They know what to do. They just need to believe in themselves. They can get the ball and keep it. When the whistle goes again, the ball goes to the new quarterback, and I see why they changed. His eyes are sharp, and his throw is strong. He gets the ball in the arms of the left side wide receiver. My boys play a good defense. They get their hands on who they're supposed to. The cornerback and outside linebacker go for the ball, chasing the receiver a few more yards than I would have liked them to give. They regroup at the 30-yard mark. Play more aggressively! No one is going to break! I call out as they get into their positions. I frown, noticing that a couple of the boys are not paying attention to their marks. It does help that the other team is just as distracted. A bunch of newbies who might not have seen a real cheerleading team before. I cannot deal with this right now. The boys need to keep their heads in the game, eye on the ball, not the spandex-clad buttocks of the dancing girls on the other side of the field, hoping for that glimpse up a skirt during a flip or a high kick. I know what they're thinking. I used to be them. This is an important game. There are important people sitting in the audience right now, and I do not need Iris and her cheerleaders messing this up for any of my boys. Going big hadn't been for me. Sure, I played a good linebacker in high school, but I was not upset when I did not get to move up from there. I learned early on in my college career that I preferred to coach and watch. These boys, however, have those dreams. They eat, breathe, and sleep with the intent of getting into Penn State, and from there, the NFL. A group of girls is not going to ruin it. The other coach calls a timeout. You guys need to focus more. You're doing great, but you're looking spacey. Eyes on the ball. We can't let them get any more ground, and we especially can't let them get the first touchdown. Yes, coach. The boys easily agree. Good. I set my clipboard down and look over across the field. I will be right back. It doesn't take me long to clear the side. It might be a football field, but we're still on a high school field. It is, thankfully, not as big as a stadium field. Coach Carson! I call out as I get closer to the girls. They all stop, and 16 beady little eyes all turn to look at me. Their perfect makeup, glittery eyeshadow, and tightly pulled ponytails face me, all identical and all terrifying. Iris looks over, hands on her hips. Coach Finch. She spits my name out as if it's a blow to the ego. You need to keep your girls away from my boys. She raises an eyebrow. Excuse me? Your girls, I repeat myself. Keep them away from my boys. No, I heard you the first time. She crosses her arms and narrows her eyes. I just can't believe you said it. Of course I did, I tell her. This game is important to my boys. It's important to my girls, too. Who did you think all of these people came to see? Certainly not your precious boys. Absolutely they did. I take a step forward. She stands her ground, tilting her chin defiantly. No one comes to watch teenage girls shake their bottoms unless they're degenerates. Iris takes another step forward. No one comes to watch teenage boys get handsy with each other either. There's more to it than that. Not that you'd understand. Not that I'd... She stops abruptly and laughs. It's not a nice sound. I understand it a lot better than you do, she says, fury raging in her eyes. Remind me which one of us played at Penn. She knows what a blow that is to me. The place my father played football, but the one I wasn't good enough to get recruited to. I still graduated from his alma mater, but not as a football star. An up-and-coming tech designer wasn't as impressive to my father. And apparently it isn't to Iris either. Even if I'm worth millions now, she's found a way to cut me down.
Chapter 3. Iris. The sheer audacity of this man. Who does he think he is, coming over here and telling me to keep my girls away from his boys, that their routine is distracting to the players? Honestly. That says way more about his ability to keep his team focused than it does about my girls. Their routine is flawless and well-practiced. They have just as much, if not more, right to be out on that field. There are scholarships waiting for them, recruiting agents sitting in the stands to watch them dance. James has no right. "Just stay in your lane, Carson," he snaps. The whistle blows, signaling the end of the timeout. He turns to head back to the other side of the field. "You're the one that waltzed into it, Finch," I yell back. The game is a close one. We win by only 3 points in overtime. Really, it was a good match, tough enough to get the boys serious about the rest of the season, but a win that gives them the confidence to push through the semifinals. The girls cheer, louder than the crowd. They did an excellent job. I could not be more proud of them. "All right, girls." I look over at them with my hands on my hips. Some of them had tried to sneak off, but they all stay. "Keep up the good work. You're all going to go far if you want to." "Of course we want to, Coach." One of the girls grins. "Do you? Because a lot of you seemed more focused on those boys than your timing." A couple of the girls wince, and a few more look down at their feet. While I doubt anyone else would have noticed, I sure as did. I'm saying this because I care about you, all of you. You are all talented young ladies. Stay away from those boys. It is a simple fact. High school boys are immature and do not know what they want. The football team is at the high end of immature, even if they take the sport seriously. "All boys or just the football boys?" one of them asks. I pick my words carefully, reflecting on some core principles that I am trying to instill in these girls. All boys are complications. They'll just distract you from your goals. "Like Coach Finch," Penny speaks up. For a new girl, she's pretty intuitive. A couple of the other girls nod and start mumbling amongst themselves. "You guys really got into it." "Have you always fought like that?" "Yeah, didn't you used to be on the team when you were our age?" They all talk at once. Of course, teenagers think that all their teachers are friends, but we certainly are not. Just because we don't agree on something doesn't mean that we hate one another's guts, I tell them. The girls just stare at me. 16 pairs of blue and brown eyes. It's the same disbelieving look that I am far too used to getting when it comes to talking about James. I know that they do not believe me, whispering and giggling amongst themselves. They think the dynamic is something it's not. They've been reading too many friends to lovers romance novels. It does not work like that in real life. "What do you hate the most about him?" one giggling cheerleader asks. "Just him." It slips out, and I have to stop myself from wincing. I don't want to badmouth James too much. I might hate him, but he is still a good teacher, their teacher, and a decent coach. Don't give it another thought. Focus on the fantastic job that you all did tonight. And let's go. I have to raise my voice over the chorus of giggles that erupt. It is almost like they are starting to plot. I need to put an end to it now before it gets out of hand. The girls are still talking amongst themselves, full of post-game adrenaline jitters. They just need to get all the excess energy out. I just would prefer if their attention was not focused on me. In a group, we start heading across the field. A handful of other teachers have gathered around. James is there as well, with the boys. "That was such a great game." Shayla cheers as I approach. She smiles and moves to stand beside a couple of other teachers. A strange move. It is only after I accept her hug that I realize that I have been placed next to James. I see him through the corner of my eye, that half-smug smile still on his face. He knows he did well. You all nailed it tonight. It was spectacular. At least he is starting to look as awkward as I feel, being this close to him after we had just yelled at one another. I was hoping to go the rest of the evening without having to talk to him again. Everyone seems to be riding the high of the win. I can't blame them too much. It was an important game, and it meant a lot for the school as a whole. You two really went above and beyond tonight. That was outstanding. I give them a smile. It's awkward and a little forced. I just want to leave. Instead, I turn back to the girls. They are also grouped together on their phones now. You're allowed to leave now. I'm sure you want to go clean up. They don't need to be given permission twice. With waves and goodbyes, they all leave. Attention switched from the anxiety of their performance to what dresses and hairstyles they are going to have for the upcoming dance. Oh, to be a teenager again and have my biggest worry be what to wear to homecoming. Beside me, James clears his throat. Those dances look good. New routines? I thought you said they were distracting. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. But yes, they're new. James, for his part, simply powers through it, even though he is not looking at me. That is perfectly fine. I'm not looking at him either. Your plays weren't half bad either, I tell him. I take a deep breath, catching a whiff of something sweet. It takes a few more breaths. It is coming off of James somehow. He should be sweaty and gross, but instead, he smells sugary. It reminds me of my favorite candy, and it's almost disconcerting. Nope, I cannot do this. I take a step to the side. My head is starting to spin the longer I stay here so close to him. Well, James starts. Have a good night. I interrupt him and leave. I do not look back as I make my way across the field and into the school. My face is so warm it nearly burns. I close the door to the bathroom behind me and lean against the door for a minute. What the hell was that? I say as I splash my face with cold water. What is wrong with me? But I know exactly what it is, what it's always been. It's James.
Chapter 4. James. I continue to praise my young football stars for their victory as we practice that following week. It is equally important that they receive encouragement just as much as they learn their plays. One of the ways I benefited the most as a football player was having a coach who always motivated me. And I strive to be that person for these guys. I pride myself on being a good coach. As it turns out, while I am athletic enough, I'm much better at strategy. That's probably why I've sold off a dozen apps that I design in the off-season and coach a strong team year after year. The big win has inspired the majority of the Holly Brook High faculty to come out to our local pub, Oscar's Tavern, for drinks. It is a rare occasion that we have such a large turnout because the married teachers usually refrain from going out, so it's a real treat to have everyone in attendance. The vibe is naturally more vibrant as we all joyously celebrate together. I clink my half-empty glass bottle of beer with my assistant coach, Danny Clevers, who has just returned to town from attending his sister's wedding in Italy, to being mentioned in gratitude speeches when our boys make it to the NFL. Cheers to that, man. Danny tosses back his beer like it's a shot of tequila, then wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. I'm still bummed that I missed out on the action. The homecoming game is coming up, so you'll have a piece of the action pretty soon. I observe one of the bartenders setting up some equipment on the large wooden stage across the room. Speaking of a piece of action, Danny uses his beer bottle to point over towards the bar. Iris is holding a small glass of liquor in her hand as she sensually moves her hips to the beat of the music. She's wearing a sleeveless red top, black leather skirt, and her signature tall black boots. As if she didn't already look enticing in her professional clothes, now I feel myself losing control by just looking at her. I'm supposed to hate her, not drool over her, I think to myself as I finish my beer and refocus my attention on the stage. It looks like it's karaoke night. Danny still has his sights set on Iris and Rebecca. Well, since you're being a little kid, I'll go over and get us more beers. He looks straight ahead as he walks toward his target. Principal Avery Cross and his wife Shayla stop by the high-top table I'm leaning against, as if they were waiting for the moment I'm alone. He daps me up and gives me a brotherly hug before patting me on the side of my left shoulder. Congrats once again. I haven't seen boys play that well since I went to my last Eagles game. I stand up taller, smiling at them both. That means a lot coming from a pro athlete. Well, that was ages ago, and a different sport. Avery looks at his wife as he places her hand in his. Shayla smiles widely. That's just him being modest as always. We heard you're quite the singer. Are you going to honor us with a song? Oh, I don't know. I haven't done karaoke in ages. I wave my hand in opposition. A female voice behind me speaks. Afraid that we'll drag you off the stage like Showtime at the Apollo? I turn around to see Iris giving me a challenging glare. Quite the contrary. I don't want you and all the other women here to fall victim to seduction from my voice. Iris makes a disgusted expression. I also recall you not being able to dance to save your life. I notice a crowd of the other teachers gathering around us as I chuckle heartily. And I know that you sing like a banshee. I heard you once. Oh, really? She rolls her eyes, then frowns. That must have been the time that you snuck into the girls' shower room to bang Bailey O'Connor. It's odd that you still remember that after all these years. I raise my brow as I lower her guard with my charming smile. Were you jealous? Iris looks away briefly to scoff absurdly. Don't be so full of yourself. The other teachers look uncomfortable from our combative banter. They are dancing with their drinks in hand, but it's obvious that they are all fixated on our verbal boxing match. Danny comes over with a tray full of tequila shots and hands them out to everyone. After several rounds of that, the teachers have the liquid courage to go up on stage. There is a good mixture of country songs, pop songs, and rhythm and blues. We all sing along to every song, and the biggest shock is when the nerdiest teacher at our school, Shane Norwood of 9th grade geometry, finally lets loose by rapping on stage. He makes it through most of the song, then stumbles and falls over in the center of the stage. We shamelessly tease him while sobering him up. When it comes time for me to sing, the whole bar is cheering me on. It's not just my competitive nature that boosts my adrenaline, but I also have something to prove to my rival. I take the microphone into my hand and perform a love ballad to the audience like I'm on tour. The gasps and cheers fill the large room from start to finish. After my show, I make my way over to my previous table, smirking arrogantly at Iris while all the teachers give me endless compliments. She avoids my gaze by drinking her liquor and having a side conversation with Rebecca. James, my guy, where did you learn to sing like that? Danny drunkenly drapes his right arm over my shoulder. I'm an all-rounder. I smile proudly, still fixing my gaze on Iris as I drink my beer. There is something about arguing with her that just turns me on. She comes off like she's not bothered, but there is definitely some sexual tension there that she has to feel as well. Maybe I just like the chase. I slam my empty bottle of beer against the table to get her attention. You seem to have an issue with acknowledging my greatness. Are you insecure about not being able to beat me at anything? Iris stares at me intensely. Is that what you think? There are plenty of games here. I'll let you choose which one you're going to lose at. I'm surprised she doesn't put money on it. It's no secret I'm loaded, and I half expected her to try and play into that. It wouldn't be the first time that someone tried to get close to me for money. But I can see a challenge in her eyes that burns with pride. She might know that I could buy out the whole tavern if I felt like it. But she doesn't care. And that entices me all the more. My deep voice carries over the loud music as I laugh energetically. Let's start with darts. She downs the rest of her drink, places the glass of crushed ice onto the table, then grits her teeth. Bring it on.
Chapter 5. Iris. This isn't the first time that I am being underestimated by a man, And I'm sure it won't be the last. I've had a competitive nature even before I became a cheerleader. The sport just intensified it. I have never been the type to be the damsel in distress, and I sure as hell won't turn down a challenge. I pass through several crowds of patrons to make my way to the dartboard, glancing over my shoulder at James as he trails behind me. My right hand retrieves the black hair tie that is on my left wrist. I proceed to put my wavy black hair in a high ponytail as he watches me attentively. Loser buys a round of shots? Deal. James smiles devilishly as if he can see through my whole ruse. I work so hard at being his enemy to keep him at a distance. The man is so damn attractive to me, even when it makes me hate myself a little bit to admit it. I walk up the board that is slightly above eye level and remove all the darts from it. When I return to the high, round table that separates us, I place the 6 darts down on top of it, then signal for him to have at it. James picks up one of the darts, then extends it to me within his open palm, in a way that could be mistaken as gentlemanly. Ladies first. I give him an intense glare before accepting the dart from his hand, while trying to ignore the sparks that I feel from briefly coming into contact with his skin. My feet lead me to the marked off line, and then I skillfully launch the dart towards the board, landing it nearly at the center. I retrieve my dart, then place my score on the chalkboard beside it. James picks up his first dart, then shrugs his broad shoulders as I make my way back to the table. Beginner's luck. Let me show you how it's really done. He goes to the appropriate spot, then holds a pose that causes the muscles in his shoulders and arms to flex. I quickly close my mouth as soon as I notice that my lips are separated. It's a good thing that he is so focused on our competition, because that action alone would have given me away. I watch him like a hawk as he sends the dart to the board in the same ring where I had just scored. James confidently walks to the board, takes his dart, then writes his score next to mine. The arrogant smile is still on his face as he comes back over to me. I'm just taking it easy on you. Oh, is that what you're doing? I assertively pick up my next dart, then strongly hold his gaze. I could beat you with my eyes closed, so you can miss me with all the BS. We continue to taunt each other as we play our next 2 rounds, and I came out on top with the higher score. He holds up his end of the bargain and buys us a round of tequila shots. After taking them together, I noticeably feel myself becoming more intoxicated. I cover the distance between us by walking around the table and standing directly in front of him, so closely that our bodies nearly touch. My head tilts upwards toward him, and I give him a provoking smile. Perhaps you should pick a game that you don't suck at. As James briefly looks away, his deep voice is bolder than ever as he laughs. He gazes down at me from his staggering height of over 6 feet, and his amber eyes become even more alluring. Same bet as before, but this time I'll beat you at pool. You're on. I take a step back before I get too enamored in that delicious cologne that he wears. This is not the time to get swept up in his charms. I need to wipe the floor with him so he doesn't doubt my skills ever again. We head over to the pool table, but are stopped with another round of shots that Danny Clevers ordered for everyone. I start to worry that all the liquor in my system will either make me look sloppy in front of him or cause me to reveal that I've had a crush on him since college. James finishes setting up the balls in the rack, places chalk on the tip of his cue stick, and then walks around the table to start the game by breaking. The force from the cue ball makes a large clashing sound before all the balls scatter around the table, and one of the solid balls lands into the left corner pocket. Beginner's luck, I speak in a mocking tone as I lean against the side of the table. He chuckles as he focuses on the table and takes his next shot. Another one of his balls goes in, and he looks up at me with a smug expression. Is it still beginner's luck? I scoff as I impatiently watch him not get his third ball. Instead of getting my own cue stick, I intentionally snatch his out of his grasp, then walk around the table less gracefully than I would have liked. Fortunately, I play better when I'm drunk, and I manage to get a striped ball in. Yes, I forget that he is watching momentarily and do a victory dance, James covers his mouth with his hand and chuckles heartily. You look like a chicken on drugs. Shut up! I giggle energetically, then take my next shot with the cue stick and miss. We continue playing and flirting until he wins the game, and I buy us a round of shots. After we down the tequila, I demand a rematch. The second game is as intense as the first one, and the time must really be slipping by us. Suddenly, I look around the bar to see nobody but the staff cleaning up. I gasp when it finally hits me. Oh my God, where did everyone go? James puts the cue stick in the wooden holster. He looks around as he stands close to my left. They must have left when we were immersed in our game. I guess it's time to call this a night then? Yeah. I take out my phone to order an Uber, and then I look up at him. I had fun. Me too. I'll wait with you until your ride comes. He places his arm around my waist and guides me out of the bar. Why is he being so nice to me? Is there a chance that we could squash this rivalry once and for all? Maybe he likes me too. I shake my head at the last intrusive thought. 2? God, if I think I have a crush on James Finch, I must be drunker than I realized.
Chapter 6. James. The lights on the highway light up like bright gems in the sky. I always enjoy the beauty of night driving, and tonight is no exception. I've got the radio turned up high, and I'm singing along with my favorite classic 80s songs. Just as I'm really getting into the song, my dashboard screen lights to tell me that I have a phone call. It's my mom calling. I don't want to answer the phone, but if I don't, my mom will just call over and over until I pick up. I take a deep breath and press the green button. Mom, hi. Are you coming on Sunday? My mother asks. Of course I am coming on Sunday. It's family day. I'm always there. I will never miss Family Sunday. My time with them is important to me, and it's a lot of fun. Of course, lately, fun hasn't been the first word that might come to my mind. They've been giving me such a hard time about getting married and settling down that it has crossed my mind to cancel. I know that you have a difficult time finding a girlfriend to bring, but it will happen. Before you know it, you'll be bringing someone with you to Family Sunday. See, that's why I hesitate every Sunday to come. Why? 'Cause all of you guys are always asking me when I'm going to settle down and find a girlfriend. That's your imagination, Jimmy. We would never intrude on your personal life that way. But Mom, you just talked about me bringing a partner to Family Sunday. I just said what I said to make you feel better. I'm not feeling bad, Mom. It's okay, Jimmy. You don't have to talk about it. I know it is something that bothers you. I take a couple of deep breaths. My mom is impossible to argue with, but I hate most the fact that she's right. One of the things I want very much is a partner and a family of my own. It's high on my list of goals, but no matter how hard I try, I just never manage to meet the right girl. Everything I set out to do, I manage. I'm successful in football, even if it isn't for playing. I've done better in the tech field than I ever could have guessed. My app's hitting top charts and building me million-dollar deals. But a wife isn't something I can strategize or buy. The hardest thing about Family Sunday is the pitiful looks that everyone gives me. Like there must be something wrong with me. My siblings could all find partners, so why can't I? Am I unlucky? Defective? Too picky? It isn't a lack of options on my end as much as lack of interest in anyone I've come across. Still, there is a kind of desperate failure that fills me during our Sunday family time. I don't like it, but I show up anyway. Will you bring your favorite cake to our dinner? Mom, you know if I make the cake and bring it, you won't be able to resist it. What's wrong with that? A little piece of cake isn't going to kill me. It might not strike you down dead immediately, but it is bad for you in the long run. I don't know what you're talking about. The sugar, Mom. You know you are a diabetic now and can't have sweets. Let's pick a healthier dessert. Oh, my high blood sugar. Well, I can tell you that I'm doing a lot better in that area. My A1C was very good at my last checkup. My doctor says I'm not a diabetic anymore. I've heard this story from my mom before. It isn't enough that she's lowered that important A1C number, though of course it's a good thing. But if she doesn't take her diet seriously, she'll be back to having problems again in no time at all. It's a vicious cycle she always seems to be on. I tell you what, the cafeteria lady at school gave me a recipe that doesn't use as much sugar. How about I make that cake instead? Don't tell me it's one of those cakes where they add the applesauce and artificial sweetener. Yes, that's exactly right, Mom. I'm not going to touch that cake. Cake should be made as God intended. Mom, a cake doesn't have to be packed with sugar to be a cake. Don't argue with me, Jimmy. Mother knows best. I want to crack up when she says this because she sounds so cute and old-fashioned. My mother is a tough businesswoman on the cutting edge. She is far from a quaint lady in a rocker, but she pretends once in a while to get her way. I agree. You know best, Mom. That's right. Don't you forget it. I won't, ma'am. There is a slight pause before she speaks again. I know what is coming next. I want to fake a bad phone connection, but she'll know I'm lying. Jimmy, you know Jared's wedding is in a couple of weeks. Have you lined up a date yet? There it is, the never-ending question. Does Jimmy have a date? I'm kind of ashamed to tell my mom that. Yet again, I'll be flying solo. I'm a good-looking guy, and I never have trouble getting a date if I ask. That's the crux of the problem. I never find anyone I want to ask. I'm one of those guys who hangs with his buddies during his free time. If I have any free time, that is. Coaching football is a very intense job. I have so many things to do to prepare my team for the state playoffs. It's rare that there's a girl interesting enough to make me want to give up the little time I have. Dating, to me, is only enjoyable with the perfect woman, and I haven't found her yet. No, Mom, I haven't asked anybody out. Oh my goodness, Jimmy. The wedding is only 2 weeks away. Any girl you ask is going to have to buy a dress, shoes, and a handbag for the wedding. You're certainly putting a lot on her plate, you know? I'm sorry for being inconsiderate to the girl I haven't asked. I'm glad you can admit your mistake. That's a good trait. Any woman would appreciate that quality. I'll remember that when I finally date a girl. Jimmy, you sound so defeated, you just have to get some confidence. Dating isn't that hard. You see a girl you like, and then you ask her out. I could help if you want. It's okay, Mom. I think I can swing it if I meet a girl I want to take out. I know it's tricky. Pretty girls are a dime a dozen, but the right girl is hard to find. Don't give up, my darling. You are a very attractive and personable man. There is someone out there for you. I know, Mom, thanks. See you Sunday with that cake. Mom. Goodbye, Jimmy. Goodbye, Mom. We hang up our respective phones. I wish I was as confident as my mom that there's someone out there for me. If there is, I'm starting to think she's hiding in a convent on the other side of the world.
Chapter 7. Iris. On the nightstand, my alarm is sounding. With a yawn and a stretch, I roll over and turn it off. Despite how late I was up last night, I feel amazing. It was actually the best sleep that I have had in a while. The lack of a hangover is fantastic. Well, there is a small one, nothing that a couple of Advil won't be able to handle. Even my injury is behaving today. My knee is not the least bit achy, and that is the biggest relief. It takes me no time at all to get ready for work. The extra pep in my step is going a long way. Traffic moves at the same pace as it always does. The drive-thru for my morning coffee almost makes me late for work. At least I have a free period first thing today. Settling into the teacher's lounge, I put my lunch in the fridge. Look what the cat dragged in. I straighten and look around. I know they cannot really be referring to me. I do not look awful. I brushed my hair and am wearing clean clothes. I look just as great as I feel. Good morning, Kim. I sigh, looking at the grins on the other women's faces. All three of them. You seem to be in a good mood. Kim's smile only grows as she eyes me. I do not know what she is looking for, but I do know that she won't find it. I slept really well last night, I tell them. I move to sit at one of the tables. The women follow and sit around, like vultures waiting for a scrap of meat. I'm sure you did. Kim wiggles her eyebrows. I snort. What is that supposed to mean? And where did you all go last night anyway? Leaving without saying anything? Kim laughs, as do the other women. Sorry, you just seem to want to be left alone. With James. The two of you were lost in your own little world, Sharon says. That's not even remotely true. I shake my head. Saved by the bell. It rings to signal the start of the next period. We all stand and get ready to head to our respective classrooms. Kim does not look so convinced. You two were quite cozy, she teases, getting her papers off the printer. You're delusional, I shoot back, both of us laughing. There was nothing between James and I last night. We were all out as co-workers and friends. We had a few drinks, and he was not as annoying as I thought he would be. It was miraculous, but not romantic. Don't forget to read chapters 3 and 4. They will be on the test, I tell my students as they pack up. The morning only dragged a little bit, and I am starving. Suddenly, my salad in the lounge fridge does not seem like it will be enough. I make my way to the restaurant down the street on my break. I could do with a slice of pizza. Everything in moderation, right? Iris! Turning, I see my sister walking towards me. What is she doing here? I hope that my curiosity does not come across like annoyance on my face. I love my sister, I really do. But ever since she got married, things between us have been, well, awkward. She married a wealthy man. She wants for nothing and decided a few months ago that she did not want to work anymore. She does not have to. And now she is trying to make the same life for me. Add in the fact that her and my mother both agree that I need to get married. It is a headache. Amanda smiles. Do you have a minute? I almost tell her no. I want to. Instead, I return her smile. Of course. Walk with me. We walk down the street side by side. I have a feeling I know what she wants to talk about. I'm willing to give her a few minutes, but I'm wary, especially since our conversations tend to fall into arguments rather quickly. You remember that I was telling you Jared is getting married? Amanda asks once I've picked up and paid for my slice of pizza. We're sitting on a bench in the grass outside the restaurant, on the hill overlooking the parking lot. It gives me something to look at other than her. I do. Not that I care about her rich husband's best friend. Well, this is your 2-week reminder to find a dress. Amanda smiles sweetly. I sigh and sit next to her. Remind me again why I have to go. Because I asked him nicely to invite you. She gives a saccharine smile, like I should be thanking her. Letting strangers come to your wedding just seems to me like a way to make everything bigger than it would normally be. Rich people are weird. Not only that, Amanda continues, her hand on my shoulder. But it will be a huge event. There will be tons of people there, very successful people, for you to meet and maybe... All right, I cut her off before she can go on about my life again, not that it stops her. I just worry about you, Iris. So does Mom. 2 peas in a pod you are, I grumble, stretching my leg out in front of me. I rub my knee and ignore the way that Amanda watches. It would be nice if you had someone. Amanda, I said I would go. Even though it is the last place I want to be. I am sure it is going to be a very lovely wedding. I have been to gorgeous weddings, but they were nothing compared to how lavish Amanda's had been. I am sure that Jared's will be no different. He's rich, so everything will be put together by a team of designers and florists. The cake alone will probably cost more than my yearly salary. The thought is mind-boggling, but who am I to judge? I will just be there, awkwardly on the side. Amanda will be dragging me around the reception to all the bachelors and trying to see if any of them will stick. I do not want to be labeled as a wedding crasher. That thought alone makes me want to change my mind. Of course, if I did that, I would have to deal with another lecture from our mother about marriage and responsibility. She'll point out that my younger sister was married first, and it's past my turn. She'll tell me I'm slacking as a daughter. And my favorite complaint of all, she'll remind me that I owe her grandchildren. Even if this is the worst wedding in the world, it'll be less painful than that. It has to be, right?
Chapter 8. James. This is torture. Looking in the rearview mirror, I run a hand through my hair. Artfully tossed, I believe, is the term the kids use these days. I sigh. Most think that I must be more in tune with my younger side, being so affluent in technology and working at a school. But my age is starting to show, even to me. And that is what is making tonight even more terrifying. It is not that I do not look great. I look fantastic. The suit is tailored perfectly. It is snug, but I can still lift my arms above my head. I still feel like I am being suffocated. The tie hangs around my shoulders. I will get to it in a minute. The parking lot is already packed. No surprise, as everyone came here after the ceremony. It had been just as beautiful as I thought it would be. Jared and Anna make a lovely couple. A little part of me resented every minute of it. Oh well, I fix my tie. Only a few more hours before I can get out of the prison of clothes I am in. I hate wearing suits. Getting out of the car, I make my way into the reception hall. I already feel uncomfortable knowing how many eyes land on me as I walk in. It was difficult enough to avoid the questions and ideas thrown at me at the reception. But that's the price that comes with my reputation, I guess. I just thought tonight, I could only be James, not James Finch, son of Penn State's legend. Not James Finch, top of Forbes 29 under 29. Just James. With a drink in hand, I find the closest free table. I'm less likely to make any mistakes if I'm sitting. I sip on my beer and look around the room. Then I choke. The last person I was expecting to see is Iris. There is no way that the familiar-looking black woman standing over by the bar is her. Except that it is. She's gorgeous. I thought she had looked like fire in a pair of tight jeans and a t-shirt. That outfit has nothing on the yellow halter dress that she is wearing now. It hugs her body like a second skin made especially for her. It is the most flattering piece of clothing I've ever seen a woman wear. It complements her dark skin tone, and she matched her makeup and accessories. Your mouth is open. I look over and give Jared a look. I don't know what you're talking about. He grins, still flying high on matrimonial bliss, no doubt. Whoever that girl is, you've been staring at her for a solid 3 minutes. I'm surprised she hasn't noticed. I'm not. Iris has never been the most observant woman. At least not when it comes to men and how they look at her. She's always too preoccupied with her personal goals. Right now, that goal seems to be a drink. Ask her to sit here, Jared suggests. Nope. I shoot him down instantly. If you don't, I will. You're getting drool on Armani. He points to a spot on my chest. I look down and, like a jerk, he flicks my nose. I can't believe you fell for that. I can't believe you're being a jerk on your wedding day. Go bother your wife. Invite that girl over. Oh my God, fine. I get up and walk over to the bar. Iris is still standing there, arms folded over her chest. She looks like she would rather be anywhere than in a conversation with the black woman next to her. I almost think I see a family resemblance, but wonder if I'm imagining it. Iris! I call out, hoping she appreciates the interruption. James? She sounds shocked. I understand the surprise. Never in 100 years would I have thought Iris would be at Jared and Anna's wedding. What a small world. What are you doing here? We ask at the same time and then laugh. You first, she smiles, brushing a loose curl behind her ear. I clear my throat, realizing that I may have been staring a little. Jared's my cousin. She nods. My sister's friends with Jared, too. Well, her husband is, I guess. They dragged me here. I look over at the woman standing next to her. Hello? Amanda? She holds her hand out. I shake it with a smile. Guess I wasn't wrong about the resemblance. Would you like to come sit down? I ask, gesturing. A lot better than standing here. Iris starts. Would love to. Amanda cuts in, giving Iris a little shove. Awkwardly, the three of us make our way back to the table. Sitting is no more relaxing. Iris looks uncomfortable, and I start to think I should have kept my mouth shut. Jared looks pleased with himself. He introduces himself to Iris before walking away with Amanda. I feel a trap snapping shut. So, you're the groom's cousin? Iris says, fiddling with her wine glass. Yeah, unfortunately. I laugh, going for the joke. We grew up together, so we're pretty close. Thick as thieves, my mom would say. It's not much of an exaggeration. I would call Jared my best friend. Must be nice. She says it sincerely. I tell her about a few of the shenanigans that Jared and I got into. Iris laughs when I tell her about the time that I convinced him to jump out of a tree with a towel as a parachute. He broke his arm in 2 places, and I was grounded for a month. A few more glasses of wine, and Iris is a little more relaxed. She's smiling more, and it is stunning. I'm also feeling the alcohol. My shoulders are a lot looser than they were earlier. How has work been? It's not my favorite topic, but I do not want to talk about my cousin anymore. I want to know more about her. She's not the same superficial, beautiful girl I went to high school with. Iris smiles softly. It is going well. The kids are great. She sighs, taking another sip of her wine. I'm trying to get an after-school dance program started. There's a lot of interest in it from the students. She trails off and shrugs. I'm just waiting on approval. I'm sure you'll get it. Above us, someone clears their throat. We look up and see the bride, Anna, smiling. Sorry, Iris James, but can I interrupt you for a moment?
Chapter 9. Iris. Never would I have expected to see James here. For any reason. Least of all because he is the groom's cousin. The stories that he tells have me laughing and almost forgetting that I do not want to be here. Amanda is gone. At first I was worried when she disappeared into the crowd. It was awkward and nerve-wracking. Now, 4 glasses of wine later, I feel fine. James is adorable in the hottest way possible. The way he wears his suit is the most attractive thing I have ever seen. If I'm being completely honest, James is more attractive than the groom. It feels good. We talk about school and the kids. I tell him about my idea for an after-school dance program. I'm sure it will get approved. He smiles around the rim of his wine glass. I feel myself returning the smile before I even have the chance to hide my expression. Then the bride interrupts us, apologizing. James waves his hand dismissively. It's fine, Anna. What's up? He says. I find it baffling how cool he is with all these rich folks. Then again, he is the groom's cousin. He probably knows more people in this room than I do. Actually, he does. The only person here I thought I knew was Amanda. James only makes 2. Anna smiles. We need 1 more pair for a game of bocce. And, I say, going for casual and polite, but the wine has hit, and maybe it comes out a little ruder than intended. Anna, bless her heart, does not seem to either notice or care. Her smile stays. And I would like you and James here to be the final couple, so we can start. I open my mouth to reject that awful idea. I don't even know what bocce is. It sounds like some sort of rice dish that is pretending to be a fancy dessert. James, however, beats me to the punch. We'd love to. That wasn't the answer I was expecting him to say. Do we need to play in pairs? Anna raises an eyebrow, amused. Of course. It's all about mingling. Jared and I are well aware that a lot of our guests don't know one another. She straightens out an imaginary wrinkle in her cocktail dress and smiles. People who came together aren't allowed to play together. That's part of it, so Amanda knows she can't be your partner. I sigh. James chuckles. Okay. I throw my hands up and let out a light laugh. I'll play. We follow the bride out to the lawn of the reception hall. It is just as decorated as the inside. Large pots of flowers, ribbons, signs, all decorative and all beautiful. James leads me over to one of the stations. It looks simple enough. There are 6 long strips of wood. I cannot tell exactly how long they stretch, but they are about 4 feet wide. About half the size of real bocce courts. James says as he stands next to me. Of course he would know what this game is. He hands me a small orange ball. There are 2 other couples standing at our court. 3 teams in all are assigned to each of the wooden rows. I've never played before, I admit, watching as the others start to play. It is a tournament. The winning team splits the door prize. It's easy, James explains. Roll the orange ball into the middle of the court. Then we take turns rolling the rest of our balls. He is holding green-colored balls, roughly the size of softballs. The 2 other couples have purple and red ones. James smiles. We try to get as close to the orange one as possible without hitting it. Sounds easy enough? I turn to the court. I roll the ball roughly to the middle. Anna comes over to inspect and rules that it is close enough. Our match starts. Who would have thought that rolling a wooden ball would be so hard? We miss more than we land. Of course, we knock a few of our opponents' balls off the mark as well. You throw like a girl, James teases, when one of my balls barely makes it a foot down the track. It hit a knot. I pout, hands on my hips. He grins, suddenly standing a little too close. Not that I find myself minding. Let me help you. James sets a hand on my hip and takes my wrist in his palm. He uses my arm to roll his next ball. When it does not go much farther than mine, I laugh. And you said I throw like a girl. What even was that? A warm-up. Didn't have all my strength behind it. I grin. Some help you're being. James rolls his eyes, but he has a grin on his lips. The other 2 couples at our track are also laughing. The rest of the game goes much the same. I roll a few more times, getting closer to the orange ball. James throws a ball too hard, and it goes bounding off the far end. I am not getting that, I tell him. He shrugs his shoulders. I don't even know where it went. Hopefully it gets found before they mow the lawn next. I would feel awful for the person who ran over it with a mower. We do not win. Not the game, at least. Or the door prize. I will admit that it was a lot of fun. I am glad I let Amanda talk me into coming to the wedding with her. Not that she really gave me a choice. Still, I ended up having a lot of fun. Spending time with James was nice. He is more charming than I ever gave him credit for. He can't roll a bocce ball to save his life, but then again, neither can I. Maybe it really is time to bury the hatchet between us and try being friends. I don't think he'd make a bad friend after all.
Chapter 10. James. The wedding reception is a lot more fun than I ever dreamed it would be. Iris is something else. We dance, laugh, and have fun together all night long. The whole night. There's nothing that can split us up. We're like 2 peas in a pod. It gets so that all I notice is Iris, her laugh, her smile, and even her pout. I have to be truthful and say that I find her very interesting after spending more time with her. At the end of the night, it turns out that Iris did not bring her car. She came with Amanda, but since I drove, I offered to take her home. I stopped drinking 2 hours before the end of the reception, so I'm fine to get behind the wheel. Do you ever see anyone from high school? Iris asks as I drive her home. I sure do. Some guys that played football with me still get together after the games, and we pick apart each play. Do they ever criticize what you do? You mean, do they ever tell me that I did something wrong? Yes. I'm too tough. I joke. They don't dare. Iris laughs. I find that hard to believe. If I remember those guys, they always have something to say. That's true. We stay quiet for a moment until I ask her about her friends from high school. She confirms that she also gets together with her old cheer squad once in a while. You'd think we'd stay away from the folks we went to high school with. I know, but sometimes I think my friends from high school are the only real friends I've ever made. The tech industry hasn't been as kind as Holly Brook. I purse my lips, my eyes raking down his frame. Sometimes I forget that James went on to become a pretty big deal. A millionaire, I hear. To me, he's the same guy he's always been. I don't think anything can be as good as Holly Brook. It's why we came back, I say. You know, I thought that you were a very superficial type of girl in high school, I admit later, as the conversation continues. Iris laughs. Well, thanks. I admit I used to be. If you're still thinking of me in my high school days, I can see it. There's a pause, and I can tell she's considering what to say next. If I'm truthful, I thought you were a jerk in high school. Me, a jerk? Sure. You did a lot of things in school. Stupid pranks, hitting on girls, stuff like that. I'm not proud of my high school behavior. Did you see me when I streaked across the field during the pep rally? No, I was not traumatized by your naked body, thank goodness. Definitely heard about it, though. We both have a good laugh. I love the sound of her laughter. It's light and crisp, like a tangy, dry wine. Do you remember the way Coach Evans used to call the cheerleaders the Devil's Choir? I don't remember. You don't remember? She asks. He thought that cheerleading had no place in the football program. He was always fighting with Miss Amber, our coach, about it. They were a funny pair, weren't they? I always thought they had something going on between them. Coach Evans and Miss Amber? No, impossible. Well, I don't know about impossible. I saw Miss Amber coming out of Coach Evans' office a lot. They were probably arguing. I remember hearing a lot of shouting in that office. She disagrees. That's what you call it? Well, there is some shouting involved, I tease. You're terrible. Miss Amber would never. There is a moment of silence. Well, at least neither one was married. You know, if they did get together, she says. At least. I want to tease Iris some more, but we get to her house before I can say anything else. I kind of wish that she lived further away. I shut off the car and get out to open the car door for Iris. I'd like you to note that chivalry is not dead. I shut the door behind her and then walk her to her door. I guess chivalry is alive and well in you. And my boys, I teach them manners. Iris unlocks the front door, and this is it. The end of the night. I'm having so much fun. I hate to see it end. Thanks for a fun night, Coach. I'll see you on Monday. Sure, Monday. Iris smiles at me and then gives me a little peck on the cheek. It leaves me so stunned I'm speechless for a minute. Iris goes inside and shuts the door. I stand on her porch, trying to collect my thoughts. I look like some kind of puppy waiting for his owner to change his mind and let him inside. Iris opens her window, pulling me out of my thoughts. Go home now, Coach, she teases. Okay. I laugh and run to my car. Sweet dreams, Iris. I'm a little embarrassed she's caught me lingering, but push it down. As I'm driving away, I realize Iris is not the girl I thought she was. She's not only hot and beautiful, but she is really nice. I can't wait until Monday morning.
Chapter 11. Iris. Days have passed since the wedding, and I keep finding myself thinking about how I had such a good time with James. The more time I spend with him, the more I realize that we can actually be cordial. I've considered him my enemy for so long that it's almost stressful to admit maybe he isn't such a bad guy after all. As I observe the dozen tables of teenagers during my lunch monitoring shift, I cross my arms over my chest and smile inwardly. It seems like some things never change. There are the tables with the jocks. Most of my girls are at the popular table. And the nerds have their designated tables. I admit that I was with the snobby girls back then, even though my personality did not match theirs. I did what I had to do because high school was about survival. I shift my focus from the kids when I feel like there are eyes watching me across the room. My intuition is right. James is standing on the other side of the cafeteria, leaning against the wall with a similar stance to mine. Meeting his friendly gaze catches me off guard, and I acknowledge him with a subtle smile, hoping that he can't notice how awkward I am due to the wide amount of space between us. To my surprise, he smiles widely and even gives me a nod to greet me. I can feel my knees buckling, and not because of my injury. Why am I reacting like this? It's just James. Sure, he may be devilishly handsome and have a killer smile, but we're just colleagues and nothing more. I straighten my back, using the wall behind me as support to avoid looking like a total idiot. This is a new development for sure. Rebecca takes a sip of her coffee from a biodegradable cup as she stands to my right. God, Rebecca! I place my hand against my chest as it beats faster from her impromptu arrival. Don't sneak up on me like that. Rebecca continues to look straight ahead at James while he now speaks to one of the teenage boys. I saw him smiling at you. What exactly happened at that wedding that you're not telling me? I've told you everything. I remove myself from my post against the wall and turn my body to face her. We got forced by the bride to pair up, but it actually wasn't a horrible time. All these years, we've never spoken more than 4 polite words to each other at any given time. So it was interesting to have a real conversation for the first time. Conversation, huh? Rebecca studies me with suspicious eyes. A man and a woman don't exchange glances like that over mere conversation. I sigh heavily, feeling cornered by her prying. You're making it out to be way more than it is. Now, can you make yourself useful and grab me a coffee as well? Rebecca rolls her eyes after not getting any information out of me. Your wish is my command, Coach Carson. She leaves my side and heads towards the teacher break room. I shamelessly return my attention to James as he gives a pep talk to one of his male students. He smiles encouragingly, pats the kid on his shoulder, and sends him on his way. As soon as he finishes watching the boy walk away, his eyes return to me. He gives me a playful shrug, shows his signature smile again, then he mouths some words that I don't catch. For the first time in a while, I feel paralyzed. It's like I'm back to being a teenager and don't know how to act around my first crush. Not only is it a strange feeling for me to feel at the age of 27, but it's also towards the last man on this earth that I ever expected. Do I like him? No, it's not possible. I don't want to find out either. This is something that I should just keep to myself. When I snap out of my own thoughts, I realize that he is still observing me, awaiting a response. If my awkward smile didn't make me look like a moron, I'm sure this long pause does. I nod at him and make a more pronounced smile, hoping that my reaction matches whatever it is that he was attempting to mouth across the room to me. There is a noticeable tension from the way that he's looking at me. His smile diminishes, but his amber eyes still sparkle as the bright ceiling lights hit them. The expression on his face implies that he has something more to say that can't be said over the rambunctious conversations of hormone-driven adolescents. I see you're in the exact same position where I left you. Rebecca obstructs my view of him by standing directly in front of me with a full cup of coffee in her hand. Thanks. I retrieve the cup from her hand and hold her intrusive gaze. You know I can't keep a watchful eye on these kids with you standing there. She gives me a suggestive smirk. I know exactly who you were keeping a watchful eye on. Give me a break, will you? I take a sip of the black coffee and enjoy the warmth as it travels through my body. Rebecca giggles as she moves out of the way and stands at my right side again. Okay, I'll leave you alone. For now. The bell sounds throughout the building, and the students start to get up from their tables to dispose of their trash. I am about to head back to my classroom to prepare for my next class when I see James heading in my direction and cutting through the center row of the cafeteria. I'll see you later then. Don't work too hard. Rebecca makes her exit in the same direction she came from. Before I know it, James is standing in front of me with his hands in the pockets of his black slacks. He continues to smile at me, but it seems different than it has previously felt. How's your day going? The room starts to grow smaller as his deep, masculine voice massages my eardrums. There are butterflies in my stomach that I cannot deny, but I am unsure if it's because this is the first time he has ever cared enough to ask me about my day or if my feelings are growing. At this point, I'm just terrified that I'll do something stupid. It's good, thanks. How about yours? I focus on sounding as natural as possible. James combs his light brown hair back with his right hand. Superb. I'll see you at the football game later then.
Chapter 12. James. It has been an amazing feeling ever since Iris and I turned over a new leaf. Not only are we getting along better than ever, but the students are also taking note of how we are peacefully coexisting. This is the first football game where no intense tension is present. Instead, we're encouraging more of a collaboration with both of our teams. Before the halftime show is about to begin, I call all my guys over into a huddle. We are already leading the scoreboard with 14 points compared to our opponent's score of 6. The morale of the team is high, and it is my responsibility to keep it that way. All right, guys. You're all looking good out there. We have a strong defense, so let's rely on that for the second half. Continue to do your best so that you can impress the cheerleading team. I realize after my last statement that I may have entirely given my intentions away. The guys chuckle amongst themselves and study me with raised brows. Brody is the last boy to remove his helmet. He shakes his long blonde hair drenched in sweat and gives me a curious smirk. Coach, are you feeling all right today? Did somebody spike your Gatorade? The laughter from the boys increases to a roar. I raise my hands palms outwards to them in a surrendering stance, then chuckle along with them. I guess you could say that I'm just in a good mood. Brody nudges the player beside him and wiggles his thick, unruly eyebrows at him. He mumbles an aside slightly below the volume of his teammates. Coach got laid. Whoa, calm down, Brody. I point at him but keep my upbeat demeanor. Do you want me to call you out? Because I know exactly what you've been up to with Sherry Porter from the dance team. Brody lowers his face that has turned beet red, while his buddies relentlessly tease him. They become so rowdy that they attract the attention of the cheerleaders who are positioning themselves at the 50-yard line for their performance. I briefly lock eyes with Iris, then I shush my boys so they don't distract the focus of her girls. Calm down, guys. Give Brody a break, okay? I can't stop his raging hormones anyway, so might as well join the fray. Now let's go sit on the bleachers and support our girls. The boys still snicker and have side conversations as they follow me to the bleachers. We are cheered on by the large crowd of parents and other spectators as they take their seats in the first 2 rows. I remain standing next to the field, admiring how attractive Iris looks in her fitted 2-piece outfit that matches the cheerleader's uniform. I turn around to check on my guys once I notice that they are suspiciously quiet. What is it? The boys don't respond right away. Instead, 30 sets of eyes simply stare at me. Franco finally breaks the silence. Coach, we all want to know what has changed. Are you into Coach Carson? No. You guys are misinterpreting things. I deny the claim immediately and confidently cross my arms over my chest. We have made an agreement as coaches to set a better example for our students, so we've stopped arguing and we're focusing more on collaborating. Collaborating, huh? Morris teases me, then encourages his friends to join in. I turn my back to them briefly, wondering what Iris is doing. She steps back closer towards me and nods at her girls to give them their cue to start. They start their routine that is filled with chants to get the crowd involved, dance sequences, and gymnastics. Iris then turns on a song, and the girls finish off their performance to the music. I use my thumb and index finger to whistle loudly, then turn to gesture for my boys to cheer them on more energetically. They follow my lead and give the cheerleaders the most spirited reaction ever. It causes many of the cheerleaders to blush as they exit the field and pass by the boys to resume their original posts in front of the bleachers. My eyes are still fixed on Iris as she exits the field with each arm around a cheerleader. She shares her excitement by jumping up and down together with them. The way she interacts with her students makes her even more enchanting than she already is. "Coach!" Brody yells from the second row of the bleachers. "What is it, Brody?" There's a slight annoyance in my voice as I shift my attention to him. He covers his mouth and chuckles before speaking. "You're staring at her." "All right, get up, wise guy." I walk closer to the bleachers while pointing at him. Brody stands up with a demeanor that has suddenly grown unconfident. "You should be focusing on the game, not what I'm doing. Got it?" I give him a serious look, and then scan the eyes of all the other players. "My bad, coach. I'll get my head in the game," Brody assures me. "All of you get geared up and prepare to add this game to our victories." I ball my hand into a fist and flex my arm to offer them my support. The guys all stand to leave the bleachers. We perform our warrior chant before getting in the second half of the game. They play as well as I expect them to, and all their hard work results in us winning the game with a score of 23-15. We have a small celebratory after-party in the large parking lot with the students, their families, and the faculty. It resembles a pregame with tables and camping chairs set up. One of the parents even sets up his DJ equipment and plays all the trending songs that the kids like. I enjoy speaking to the parents who are heavily involved with their kids' school lives. Our party also serves as a mini parent-teacher gathering, and I have no qualms about it at all. Once most of the students have cleared out with their parents, the majority of people left are teachers. I'm cleaning up some of the plastic cups when I notice Iris approaching me to my right. She smiles brightly and starts assisting me with the cleaning up. "Why don't we continue this at Oscar's pub like last time? The games aren't mandatory this time." I reciprocate her smile and genuinely feel adrenalized by her suggestion. Let's do it.
Chapter 13. Iris. I get into my car and drive behind James to Oscar's Tavern. There are barely any cars in the parking lot, which makes me nervous for some reason. The last time we were here, we had the comfort of having other teachers around us, which resulted in less awkward moments. It wasn't until we were both under the influence of alcohol that we truly let loose. James gets out of his car first, and I frantically check my face in the mirror of the visor above me. By the time he circles around the back of my car to my driver's side door, my heart is rapidly beating out of my chest. Why am I like this? We're just celebrating another win with some drinks. That's all there is to it, I say in my head, attempting to think some sense into myself. He reaches his hand towards the car door handle and opens the door before I have a chance to get my mind right. It looks like we practically have the place to ourselves. Yeah? I rise from my seat and brush past him, taking in his enticing cologne. At least this time we won't have to carry a drunken Shane Norwood off the stage, James jokes as he lightly closes the door beside me. That was definitely a sight. I giggle as we start to walk side by side to the entrance. Right, and somehow his students found out about it, and they won't let him live it down. James opens the large door to the bar, then waits for me to enter first. Yikes, that's brutal. I enter first and wait for him to join me inside. It just goes to show you that we can never have personal lives as teachers. I'm convinced that our students are spies on social media. Definitely. That's why I'm rarely on it. James leads us to the bar and greets the bartender. He orders our drinks, sits on the bar stool to my right, then turns to face me with his glass elevated at eye level. To another victory on and off the football field? Cheers. I raise my glass to his with a clinking sound, admiring the consideration of his statement. It's nice to hear you recognizing cheerleaders along with the football players. We're on the same team, aren't we? He takes a long sip of his cognac on the rocks, then holds my gaze with focused eyes. I feel an undeniable crackle of electricity between us, and we've only just started our hangout. My eyes nervously break his gaze. Without thinking, I down most of my drink for something to do. After realizing how unattractive I probably looked, I release an awkward giggle. I must have been thirsty. James chuckles handsomely and repeats my action with his own drink. There, now you don't have to feel so self-conscious. I am at a loss for words. Since when did he become so thoughtful? Has he always been like this, and I was just too busy antagonizing him to notice? It's actually quite refreshing. A smile organically forms onto my lips. You know, I didn't know that you drink anything other than bottles of beer and tequila shots. Really? He holds up the nearly empty rocks glass in his right hand, as if it's on display. I'm a big cognac guy, but people always want to take shots here, so I just drink beer instead. I see your logic. I finish the rest of my drink, then place the glass onto the bar counter in front of me. Do you want to keep drinking here or sit at a high-top table? Actually, there is a long pause while he finishes his cognac and sits his glass down next to mine. I would like a rematch on darts if you're up for it. I focus on masking my excitement so I don't come off as too giddy, even though I am deep down. Sure. Should we order 2 more first? Good idea. James looks towards the other end of the bar. Chris, can we get another round? Once we have our drinks, we make our way over to the dartboard. As we set things up for our battle, there is a noticeable change from last time. Everything just feels lighter. We are less focused on a fictional competition and busier flirting with each other instead. If I said I'm not enjoying it, I would be lying. If they start making customized outfits like that for men, I need to be the first to know. James admires my coaching uniform after I make my 3rd shot with the darts. I look down at my fitted orange, red, and white tank top and leggings with the school logo on it. Here I was thinking that I looked pretty ridiculous wearing this at a bar. Are you kidding? James continues to scan my outfit with his attractive amber eyes. You look great. It feels strange to hear him give me a compliment, but I accept it with a smile. There are sparks crawling around the exterior of my body, leaving my skin with goosebumps. I can't recall the last time I have felt this warm and alive. Even though I win the dart game again, I could really care less. I am so immersed in our banter that James has my full attention. We are a few more rounds of drinks in, and we've played our share of arcade games, pool and ping pong. James places his hand at the right side of my waist as he guides me out the front door. Are you sure you're able to drive? Yes. I glance up at him as we walk to our cars together. I've had way less than I did the last time. Okay, I'll trust you. James opens the driver's side door for me after I unlock it with the remote. Okay, you drive safely too. I slide by him to enter the car when he stops me by grabbing my left arm. James opens the door wider and slowly moves forward to cover the distance between us. His gaze is softer than it ever has been, making my heartbeat turn into a frenzy. I am frozen and holding my breath as he leans down and brings his face close to mine until our lips touch. The kiss is slow and gentle at first. There is a subtle passion there that I yearn to explore. I wrap my arms around the back of his neck and meet his tongue with mine. It isn't until we stop to catch our breath that I realize what I've done. I push him away without saying a word, get into my car, and speed out of the parking lot like a bat out of hell.
Chapter 14. James. It all starts with one sleepless night. That darn memory of my kiss with Iris is causing me problems. I toss and turn all night long. Every time I start to fall asleep, it comes back to mind and I'm wide awake. It's not like the kiss was a success. Iris ran away right after I kissed her. This can't be good. Yet there was a lot of electricity in that kiss. It lit me up, that's for sure. That's the thing. She did kiss me back. So it's still all I can think about the next day. It's the weekend, so I don't have football to distract me. I go for a run in the morning and all I can do is wonder what she thinks about it. I come home from my run, but I still have pent-up energy, so I work out. I lift weights in my garage and try to focus on anything but Iris. It doesn't work. Next, I get out my playbook and start to study the team we will be playing next. We can't lose any games this season. When my head gets too full of football, I know it is time to stop. I see the mop and broom in a corner, so I decide to clean the house. It needs a good scrub. I get really into cleaning, but I can still hear Iris's voice calling out my name. Just when I'm about to scream in aggravation, my telephone rings, saved by the bell. Jimmy, are you coming to Thanksgiving? My heart falls because if I am truthful with myself, I thought maybe the phone call would be from Iris. Instead, I hear my mother's worried voice. Of course I'm coming to Thanksgiving. I wouldn't miss your turkey and pumpkin pie for anything, Mom. Well, thank you. But what I'd really like to know is if you're bringing a plus one. Do you have a girlfriend yet? This question hits me like a quarterback sack, very hard and low to the ground. I catch my breath so that my mom doesn't hear my surprise. Come on, Mom, it's too soon to know. But it's October already. My mom is starting to sound a bit hysterical. I know what month it is, Mom. It's football season. There's no time to date. Granted, when it's not football season, I have so many projects and designs that I use as an excuse too. Look, if you don't have any ideas, I can help you. Help me? I'm afraid of how my mother thinks she can help me. If you don't find a date, I can set you up with a nice lady. And who exactly will this lady be? She chuckles. It makes me nervous. Don't worry. She's the daughter of a friend. I just know she will be perfect for you. Again, I feel like I'm a quarterback who just got sacked. My mother is now going through her friend list and finding me dates. I grimace at the thought of a mom-arranged blind date. I could never be desperate enough for this to sound like a good idea. I rub my temples, starting to get a headache. By the time your brothers reached your age, they were married. Greg even had his twins on the way. But look at you. You're not getting any closer. Mom, you know that football is my life and... That's always been so ridiculous, the way you fall back on football. Is football going to warm you up on a cold night? Is football going to cook your Thanksgiving dinner? I don't want to be cooking forever, Jimmy. I need a strong team of daughters-in-law to pull together our family Thanksgiving. A strong team, huh? Yes, Jimmy, and this girl I've picked out for you will be a strong member of that team. Will she now? I know I'm being selfish, but I'm worried about you. Mom, I promise, after the season is over, I'll find someone. I can hear my mother let out a big sigh over the phone. Jimmy, I want to help you in any way that I can. Mom, I understand your good intentions, but I can't accept your help. I know this is only going to get me into deeper trouble. She'll just try even harder. My mother doesn't take no for an answer. If I resist, the more desperate her plans will become. Like when I was a senior and didn't have a prom date yet. I ended up asking someone I wanted in the end. But my mother couldn't wait that long. She was convinced she had to intervene. That ended with me getting a 7-page, handwritten report on each and every girl she came up with as an option. She even made a list of their strongest and weakest qualities, ranked. I had to sit there and listen to her review each one for an hour. In the end, I picked the girl I wanted to go with, who wasn't even on the list. It was the right choice. Then I think of Iris. She was so much fun at the wedding. There wasn't a dull moment. Plus, she looked so beautiful and hot. With that kiss still nagging at my brain, I surprise even myself when I blurt the next thing out in a moment of reckless stupidity. Mom, don't worry. I know just the girl to ask over for Thanksgiving. I hear a quick intake of air. Oh, Jimmy, that's wonderful. Who is it? Is it that girl from the wedding? Are you going out with her? She's a gem, Jimmy. Is she interested in you? Is it getting serious? Mom, get a hold of yourself and take a breath. Slow down. Then, in another move of stupidity, I dare to continue. Yes, to all your questions, Mom. I couldn't be more pleased. That girl looks perfect for you. Plus, I heard good things. We talk a little about Thanksgiving logistics and hang up. I can't believe what I have done. When Iris gets wind of this, she's going to be furious at me again. Just when things were getting good.
Chapter 15. Iris. Monday mornings, I always go to the office to copy my classroom materials for the week. I am wrestling with a stapler when James comes into the office. His cologne smells fruity, and I like the smell, but I try to pretend I don't even notice, embarrassed to look at him. James walks over to the table I am working at. I have piles of copies on the table, trying to collate them into packets. "Hi, how are you this morning?" James asks. He sounds as awkward as I feel. I am fine. I don't even look up, pretending to be busy with my packets. I have a nervous tickle in my throat. I start to cough, and James looks concerned. "Can I get you some water?" I shake my head. Water isn't going to help the anxiety bubbling in my throat. "I'll get you some water anyway." James walks off into the teacher's lounge and comes back with a cold bottle of water. Taking it from him, I say thank you and sip at it slowly. There are a group of teachers on the other side of the office, laughing and carrying on. I wish I were with them. Being around James is too nerve-wracking. After that kiss, I don't know what to think. "Are you going to the Halloween party Saturday?" I stop to look at James, debating how to answer. I didn't plan to, not wanting to show up alone, but if James is asking, maybe I'll go. I don't know. Halloween is my favorite holiday, I finally say. It's the truth, but why am I telling him that? Where did that come from? I'm supposed to say that I'm not going. I already told everyone I didn't want to. I thought maybe if you wanted to come with me, we could make a date of it. I start to cough, so I grab the water bottle and take a big sip to soothe my throat. It buys me some time to think about what I want to say. It would be a lie to say that I haven't been thinking about James for these past few days. Since the kiss, he's been on my mind constantly. At the same time, I can barely spend time with him here in the office. Is a date really a good idea? The truth is, I've been avoiding James like the plague. We'll have to be coworkers in the end, and I'm nervous to pull at that thread. But damn, was it a good kiss. Day and night, and even in my dreams, I am thinking of that kiss. But that doesn't lessen my confusion. A few days ago, I thought I hated this guy. Now I'm dreaming about him. It would help if I could figure out if it is just a silly attraction I am feeling that will go away soon. I put down my drink, nervously fidgeting with my papers again. I'm not even doing anything, just shuffling them around. But I don't think he can tell that. Something in my brain flashes that I could run away. For a moment, it almost sounds tempting. But what's the point? We work together every day. He'll see me out on the football field later, with the cheerleading squad. I take a breath and put down the papers. When I look up at James, his lingering gaze gives me an electric shock across my whole body. "Well, I might go," I find myself saying. "Come on, let's go together." My heart leaps at the thought despite myself. "Okay, maybe." God, Iris. Why do you keep talking? Shut up. You're making it worse. James clears his throat and shifts from foot to foot. I guess he is as nervous as I am. There's a few seconds of silence before he speaks again. I actually wanted to ask you if you'd do something for me. What's that? It's kind of embarrassing, but if you knew my mother, you'd understand. You see, all my siblings are married, and I'm the only one still single. This is an absolute crisis for my mother, you see. It's the same for me with my family, I admit. They can't stop harping on it. James smiles. Then you understand all the hoopla that goes with being the single one in the family. Everyone puts in their 2-cent advice about how not to be single, like it's a death sentence. I totally hear that. That's why I want to ask this favor of you. Okay? James is bouncing on one foot and then the other. I can't imagine what's going to come next or how I can help get his mother off his case, but I'm intrigued now. If you agree, I'd like to bring you to my family's Thanksgiving dinner. I might be free for Thanksgiving, I admit slowly. Then you can come, James says. Maybe, I caution, not sure I want to commit to a family dinner. Even better, come as my fiancé. Wait, what? I must have water in my ears from my morning shower, because there is no way this white boy just said the word fiancé.
Chapter 16. James. Iris looks like she swallowed a big marshmallow without chewing. I can even see a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. It's okay, Iris. Never mind. Iris doesn't seem to hear me because she surprises me with her next words. What's in it for me? I can't believe she said that. She shocks me even more when she continues. What are the details? Is she serious? I guess she is because her chin is set in a strong line and her eyes are wide open. I'm so close to her that I can smell the scent of coconut oil in her hair. This is the moment that I have to convince her. I know this is a wild scheme, but I am desperate. I lower my voice so no one else will hear. The engagement would be fake, of course, but it's still a lot to ask, so I'll make sure to compensate you for your time and trouble. It's worth it to me, to not have to listen to my family's nagging for a little bit. Why would you do something like this? Iris put down her stapler and gives me her full attention. I notice that her skin is so smooth and supple. I want to touch her, but I don't dare. She'd probably bite my hand off. I just want to calm my mother's nerves. She worries all the time about me not having anybody by my side. I guess I just want us all to enjoy the holiday without listening to a list of blind dates my mom wants to set me up on, you know? Just for the holidays? I thought we could start with the Halloween party because it would be a great time to practice being a couple publicly. Ease into it, you know? So there will be compensation? Yes, I promise to make it worth your while to be my fake fiancé. But how will you compensate me? This stops me in my tracks. I'm not sure what to say. Obviously, she's doing me a big favor, so I owe her one. But what do I have to offer her? Then it hits me. I have some juice with the local school board, and she can use it to her advantage. Your after-school dance class, I blurt out. You're worried about getting approval. I remember you telling me about your plans at the wedding. I can guarantee I'll get the board to sign off on it if I help you make the pitch. They love me. I know this is getting me points because Iris perks up and sits up straighter. I certainly have her attention. Being the football coach of a team that regularly goes to state, I'm a favorite of the school board. If my name is on the proposal and I go with you to the meeting, it's locked in. I can guarantee you that they not only approve your proposal, but I can always fund it for you outside of the school if you want. I know she doesn't want a private studio, though, so it doesn't surprise me when she hangs on to my promise about the proposal instead of my monetary offering. You can do that? Yup, the ladies on the board love me. Iris shakes her head in disbelief. I had no idea. I know that this program is very important to you. I can make it happen, so why not? And all I have to do is pretend to be your fiancé? Yes. She ponders this for a moment. Do you really think I need your help? Why won't the board approve me without you? She asks. Her voice is sincere, like she's asking me as a friend. Like she trusts me not to lie, so even though I could, just to get what I want from her. Her genuine faith in me prompts me to tell the truth, even though I hesitate uncertainly at first. I'm not saying they wouldn't, I admit slowly. I'm sure you're trying to do a good thing, and I'm sure it's a great idea. Don't get me wrong. But I do know some of the board thinks cheer is an additional expense as it is. I have to try hard not to wince. I feel almost guilty saying it out loud. But it's the truth. Her face darkens and something twists in my heart. Then she sighs. I know. It's terrible. Some of them will never take us as seriously as the other sports, like we don't work hard. I lift my hand, ready to pat her arm in reassurance. I drop it before I can actually make contact, thinking better of it. Look, it doesn't matter. If I sign your proposal, I'll get them behind it. You'll get what you want, I'll get what I want, and everyone is happy. She contemplates it for a moment. What do I need to do as your fake fiancé? Her question stops me in my tracks. Does this mean that she is going to do it? Finally, I will have some peace through the holidays. With her by my side and a ring on her finger, my family will back off. No one will be able to say anything. It's obvious now, though, that I haven't thought this through very well. It was so ridiculous to me that I didn't think she would do it. It felt like a shot in the dark as it was, and I can't believe I've nearly gotten her to agree. My mind races, realizing I'll have to give her some concrete directions. What exactly do I want in a fake fiancé?
Chapter 17. Iris. What do I need to do as your fake fiancé? Maybe I should think it through a little more before I start asking about the logistics. Going to someone's house, pretending to be their son's fiancé, should sound ridiculous. It does, a little, but the idea really doesn't sound as bad as I think it should. The whole reason I didn't want to go to the Halloween party was because I would be there alone, and now I have a date. Nothing to complain about there. And now I have a reason to get out of going to my sister's house for Thanksgiving. The idea sounded pretty dreadful now that she thinks she's so much better than everyone else because she married rich. Not to mention the way her and my mom won't stop going off about me still being single. Escaping that while helping James deal with his own frustrating relatives? I mean, there's worse things I could spend my holiday doing. But James gives me a blank look. I can tell that he hasn't thought this through. All I know is that this plan is like hitting two birds with one stone. It's the perfect solution to the pressing problem of avoiding my irritating sister. But I won't tell him he's kind of doing me a favor too. I want his help with the dance program. Do you like to play pretend? James asks. What do you mean? James sits down on the nearest office counter and folds his arms. To pull this off in front of my family, we are going to have to be really good. So the Halloween party is very important. Why? We will be able to practice acting like a couple, doing couple things, holding hands, hugging, even an occasional kiss. What? I feel my cheeks growing warm with embarrassment. Kisses and hugs. My heart begins to race with the thought of James's lips on mine. He's got to be kidding. If we do those things, it will be like a real relationship. If we do what you are saying, it's like we're dating. That's the point. We have to convince my family that we are really together. But if we do this at the Halloween party, the faculty will think we are together. That's good. It will make it more real. Yes, but we're pretending, aren't we? There's a moment when James just looks at me. I feel my throat constricting. Why is he looking at me like that? Iris, our relationship has to look real and not fake. This is a really dangerous situation. What's going to happen after Thanksgiving? Our relationship will look so real. The faculty will think we had a big breakup if we're no longer together. We will be at the center of school gossip. I tell you what, we'll be casual at school. I won't embarrass you. In fact, we can even draw up an arrangement with some rules, Plus, I can make it look like it's an amicable split. I think about it, deciding it's fine. Everyone's already teasing me about my relationship with James. What's one more comment? We'll just try to keep it low-key so it doesn't go off the rails. What about your family? How are you going to handle them? Let me take care of my family. I'll handle everything. Everything? What if they don't like me? What are you going to do then? I have heard stories of families who make life miserable for girlfriends they don't like. Not to mention I'm black and he's white. Obviously, I'd like to hope that's not an issue for his family. But I'm a little nervous to find out. My family already loves you. Wait, what? How? My voice is almost suspicious. They were at the wedding, remember? Everyone saw us together. My mother already thinks we are the perfect couple. She's been going on about how great it is that I asked out the nice girl from the wedding. Wait, you told her you asked me out? He has the decency to flush at least. Well, she was going on and on about how desperately single I was. I don't know, I panicked and lied. When I told her I had a date, she started talking about the pretty girl at the wedding. And she was so thrilled. I'm strangely flattered to hear this. It makes it even harder to change my mind now. Not that I'm going to. I'm almost completely convinced that this is a small price to pay for a little peace. Just one other thing. If I do this for you, I want one more favor. I begin. Name it, he says. You do the same for me sometime, I say. My family is just as bad, just as much pressure. If I'm your fiancé, you're mine. You're going to show up at a party or something with me sometime. I don't know exactly what yet. But someday, I'm going to come to you asking for this favor, and you're going to pay me back. He nods, looking satisfied. No, that's fair. Totally fair. I can do that. This will be good for both of us. And I still want your help with getting the dance program. I add hastily, before he takes the original offer back. Right. Of course. I promise. So do we have a deal? One last thing, I say, about to voice the last thing bothering me. Is it going to be a big deal when you come back later without a fiancé? I mean, aren't they going to be upset when they hear it's over? You let me handle that? Chapter 18. Iris. The office starts to fill up with kids arriving for tardy passes when the bell rings again. I don't have a class to teach first period, so I'm in no rush to leave, but the noise and chaos starts to get to me. Can we go somewhere else to talk? My office is just down the hall, I suggest. He agrees, and we make our way through the sea of kids to head in that direction. It is a short walk, but I don't say anything else as we are walking. The hall is quiet, but the noise of the office is still ringing in my ears. I glance shyly over at James, dressed in an athletic white golf shirt and red basketball shorts. I think he looks handsome, but I push that thought out of my mind. I push open my office door, and we walk into the room. I sit down at my desk while James takes a student chair beside it. I'm still thinking about your mother's disappointment when we break up, I say. Let's just get through Thanksgiving first, and then I'll tell her that we broke up. Please don't make me the bad guy in the breakup. James chuckles. Okay, it will be totally my fault. Good. Being the one who breaks it off will be good for me. My mother won't pester me while she thinks I'm healing from the breakup. Even though James sounds confident about dealing with his mother, I have second thoughts. Our being together and then breaking up will affect people. When I think about spending Thanksgiving with James, it sounds easy. But then I think about the people we're messing with and feel a little guilty. If everyone wasn't hassling us all the time for being single, however, it wouldn't be necessary. I don't like to lie, but I'm willing to do this for you and me, I decide. Good, because we will both benefit from this pretend dating situation. Okay, but when are you proposing? It has to look real or none of this will work. Don't forget you need a ring. James smiles at me. I'll propose at the Halloween party, since Halloween is one of your favorite holidays and all. It takes a second for his words to sink in, but then it hits me hard. I did mention that earlier in our conversation, but I'm surprised he was listening that closely, or that he remembered. I feel something almost like affection stirring in me to realize how much attention he pays to such small things. We stay quiet for a few minutes. Then I decide it's best if we get back down to business. So, in return for being your fiancé, you are going to help me get approval for my after-school dance classes and act as my fiancé when I need to discourage my own parents. Yes, that's the deal. And all I have to do is pretend, right? Yes, this is all pretend, Iris. I can't help but think I see a flicker of disappointment on his face. It's gone so fast I almost wonder if I made it up. Why would I want him to be disappointed? Why would I want his interest to be anything but pretend? I shoved the thought away. What are we going to say around school? There has to be a cover story. I'll give that some thought tonight. Don't worry, Iris. I won't let you look stupid or anything, or it's going to make me look bad too. I'll do this right. Well, that's fine. But it isn't like this is a real proposal. All you have to do is convince the crowd and our loved ones. What are you dressing up as? For Halloween? James asks. I don't know. If we are going to get engaged that night, maybe it should be a couple's outfit. Like what? I don't know. Batman and Robin? I'd be a good Batman. I was only giving that as an example. I don't want to be Robin. Okay. He laughs softly. I try to think about another couple's costumes, but nothing comes to mind. Never mind, I finally say in frustration. We'll think of something later. I know this is going to be tough, but I promise I'll make it worth it. Maybe it'll even be fun. Thank you, but all I need is for the board to approve of my after-school program. They will? For a minute, we just look at each other. Can we pull this off? I better go. I'll call you. And with that, James leaves my office. As soon as the door shuts, I put my head down on my desk. What have I committed myself to? I've never been serious enough about anyone to know what convincing couples are like. I'm really going to have to dig deep to pretend I'm engaged. Will everything be okay? This is the biggest lie I have ever participated in. Will the lying even get our parents off our backs, or just make it worse?
Chapter 19. James. As I leave Iris's office, I am satisfied with our agreement. She will be my fiancée for the holidays, and I will get relief from my family asking me why I am still single. The next thing I do is to go to my empty classroom to make a phone call. I have to call my mom to tell her that I am going to propose to Iris soon. I dial the number and wait for my mother to answer. Hello? Mom, it's Jimmy. I have some news for you. Jimmy, that's fantastic. What's the news? I am getting engaged, Mom. I hear my mom drop the phone and start shouting for my dad. I hear him answer her from afar, but his voice gets closer and closer as my mom shouts at him to come to the kitchen. Jimmy, repeat what you told me so that your father can hear. I'm putting you on speaker. Mom and Dad, I'm getting engaged. I'm getting caught up in the excitement when they react enthusiastically. For a minute, I forget that this is all pretend. I feel like I'm doing something right, even though I'll have to take it back later. I can't believe it, Jimmy. That's wonderful. It's still the lovely girl you met at the wedding, right? Yes, Mom. You'll meet Iris on Thanksgiving. That's just wonderful. Iris, you say her name is Iris? Yes, Mom. She's the cheerleading coach here at the high school. She's in charge of the cheerleaders? Yes, Mom. Well, no wonder you hit it off so well. I didn't know that you already knew her when you met at the wedding. Isn't life funny that way? It's perfect, too. The football coach and cheer coach. What an adorable match. Mom, I have to go. I'll call you again soon and we will have a nice long talk. Jimmy, I would love that. You go teach those kids good things. Goodbye. Surprised that my mother hung up so quickly, I turn off my smartphone and put it in my desk drawer. My students will be arriving soon. My mother will love Iris, but that bothers me a little bit. It would be easier if my mom didn't like her, because then it would be a relief for her when we break up. Iris is right. We'll have to manage the ending of our relationship carefully. It won't be a big problem, will it? It's just a little white lie. I've told a million white lies to my mother growing up. In the end, it's going to make her happy to think I've found someone. She'll get over it when I have to tell her it didn't work. The next few days are days of wonder for me. I spend a lot of time with Iris. She invites me to a cheer competition on the first night. On the second night, I take her to a rival team's football game. On the third night, we just hang out in my office to grade papers. I try to start laying the groundwork at the school so that the other teachers can notice. We spend a lot of our free periods together, and most days, we eat our lunch together. A couple times, I have a bouquet of flowers delivered anonymously. Her face lights up when she sees them. I can't help feeling proud that I managed to make her look like that. It makes me want to buy her the whole world, and I probably would if I thought she wanted it. Then I remind myself it's all just part of the show. After a while, everyone is talking about it. Shayla, our guidance counselor, stops me in the hall. Guess the two of you are over the push and pull phase of your relationship, she teases. I just laugh and move on down the hall. If I start answering questions about our relationship, I'll just make things more complicated in the end. So I don't deny or agree with what Shayla is asking me. She'll just have to be surprised about the engagement with everyone else at the Halloween party. We spend so much time together, it starts to feel like a real relationship. I take her home after school, like she's my girlfriend. We spend time talking, even when no one is there to see it, and it's surprisingly pleasant. One day before she gets out of the car, I ask her to dinner that night. Iris doesn't say anything at first, and I get this nervous feeling in the pit of my stomach that she's going to say no. Just so we can get to know each other, I hurry to add, to seem more convincing. I try not to think about why it bothers me so much that she didn't say yes right away. A strained expression glimmers over her face, but then she quickly disguises it with a broad smile. Yes, I will go to dinner with you, James. The grin on my face isn't fake at all. I'll pick you up at 7.
Chapter 20. Iris. I change outfits at least 5 times before finding something appropriate to wear. It's such a bizarre event to dress for, so I keep second-guessing myself. I don't want to overdress so it looks like I'm trying entirely too hard. I also don't want to look too casual because that could send the message that I'm not taking this arrangement seriously. Even though it's an imitation of a date, I'm still somewhat nervous. Not only have I not dated a man in a long time, but I also can't remember the last time I liked someone as much as I like James. It all feels so real, and that's what makes it dangerous. I find myself blurring the lines of what is an act and what is the reality. It's 6:50. I check my hair and makeup one more time in the bathroom, then practice walking in my strappy high heels against the hardwood floors of my living room. When I curiously glance through the blinds of my large window, I'm surprised to see James leaning against the passenger side of his red sports car. My mouth drops open when I notice the bouquet of roses in his right hand. It's just the two of us here. Why is he going all out like this when there's no one here for us to put a show on for? I steady my breathing and stand up straight, smoothing out my black mini dress before I grab my sweater off the coat rack and put it on. His face lights up as soon as he sees me walking in his direction. You look beautiful. Thanks. I feel awkward as I accept the roses from him. You didn't have to do this. James takes a few steps backwards and opens the passenger door. We are invested in this plan, right? I lower myself into the seat, then wait for him to close my door. Right. He sprints around the front of the car, enters the driver's side, and buckles his seatbelt. I can feel his eyes on me as I sit frozen like a statue with the roses against my chest. Maybe I am just feeling overwhelmed, but my anxiety peaks to an all-time high. I can see James moving closer to me through my peripheral vision, and it causes me to hold my breath as I'm staring straight ahead. Here, let me help you out with that. He takes the bouquet and places it in the center between us. Then he reaches across to buckle my seatbelt. God, I probably look like a total idiot right now. Once I finally remember to breathe, I softly allow my voice to be heard. Thanks. No problem. James places his hand on the stick shift and smoothly moves the car forward. He turns up the volume for his classic R&B playlist and doesn't speak for several minutes. I actually think I would prefer it if he speaks, because I'm just alone with my thoughts. How convincing am I going to be at being his romantic partner when I'm so out of practice? We've already kissed once, but we have both been just pretending like it never happened. Would you like to work out together sometime? James quickly glances over at me while he focuses on the road. Work out together? I'm completely thrown off by his inquiry. The more environments that we have photos together in, the more people will believe that we're together, James explains. And we both like to work out, so it's a win-win. Oh. I feel dumb for assuming that he wanted to do an activity together for real. The car turns into the lot of an expensive Brazilian steakhouse and pulls to the valet podium. One man goes to his door and opens it. Another guy greets me as he assists me out of my side. I thank him, then examine James as he stands to my right. He is wearing a pressed button-down collared shirt, black slacks, and, of course, his signature cologne. You look nice, too. I deliver my delayed compliment regardless. Thank you. James smiles charmingly and extends his hand out to me. Shall we? I still feel a magnetic charge as my hand clasps with his. It's odd that this sensation has not dulled out by now. Each time we come together, it's as electrically charged as the first time. James tells the maitre d' his name on the reservation, and then we are led to a reserved table in the most beautiful location near a fountain. He pulls out my chair for me, then walks around the square table and sits across from me. How do you feel about drinking wine tonight? I pick up my menu after admiring the romantic ambiance we are enclosed in. I would love some red wine, actually. A nice Cabernet? James speaks with a fancy foreign accent to break the ice. I instantly giggle at his theatrics and comfortably respond in the same voice. Only the finest, of course. But of course, he chuckles heartily from our effortless banter. When the waiter comes, he orders for us, and we are given crystal glasses of water. The servers start coming around with the endless amount of meat options, and we fill our plates. When our Cabernet arrives, the waiter has James approve it first with a taste. Then he fills both of our glasses. A cheers. James raises his wine glass to the center of the table, and I follow suit. To completing our goals together. Cheers. I clink my glass with his, then take a sip from it. Why is it that his cheers always sound like we are a legitimate partnership? I start to feel hope each time, and then I have to remind myself that this is all business. Our time together brings up old memories from when we first met 16 years ago, and then for a second time, 3 years ago at Holly Brook. We probably never would have dreamed that we would be conspiring together like this. If you really got married, where would you want your honeymoon to be? James holds my gaze with focused eyes. I drink pleasurably from my third glass of wine. Probably the Maldives. Nice choice. James winks at me before finishing his second glass, then orders another bottle from the waiter. Although we're having a great night together, we continue to ignore the elephant in the room. I don't want to address that we have an unavoidable attraction to each other. It would probably be in both of our best interests if I hold back and pretend to not have any real desires for him.
Chapter 21. James, I want to believe that I am thoroughly prepared for the event tonight, but no amount of practicing can shake the nerves from such a public declaration. Maybe if I keep telling myself that I'm just a performer and this is all a show, my increasing anxiety will stabilize. The reality is that this will be one of the most memorable moments of my life, even if it is just a sham. This Halloween party means so much to Iris, and I want everything to go smoothly without a single hitch. We have coordinated our costumes to make our pairing more convincing. I am going as the Joker, and she is going as Harley Quinn. A part of me feels a strange excitement about doing something so cliché. I've never imagined myself as this kind of guy. I refer to a photo of the character on my tablet as I replicate the makeup on my face while focusing on my reflection in my bathroom mirror. Once I'm satisfied with the result, I slick my hair back with temporary green hair gel. I complete the look with a tailor-made purple suit and interior green vest. When I arrive at the large ballroom for the event, I feel less awkward since all the other guests are dressed in costumes. My eyes slowly scan the room for Iris, but she is nowhere to be found. Is my heart beating faster because of what we are about to do? Or is the thought of her being next to me giving me an adrenaline rush? I brush through the large crowd of people dancing energetically in clusters. Shayla and Avery make eye contact with me as they stand next to the table of refreshments, dressed as the Space Jam version of Lola and Bugs Bunny. Shayla gives me an impressed expression along with a smile. You really went all out. But where's the Harley to your Joker? She's right, Avery chimes in, then gives me a brotherly hug. It's like a major part of the costume is missing. I laugh it off nervously, hoping that I won't have to stall for much longer. Just as I am about to respond, I look over my right shoulder to see the sexiest Harley Quinn approaching us. Iris has the perfectly toned, yet feminine body to pull off the look. Her two high ponytails make her look like she stepped out of a fantasy Playboy magazine. The tight blue and red shorts make me wonder if she has anything on underneath. There she is. I speak in a voice that is more breathless than I anticipated. Iris! Shayla smiles even wider as she studies how great her friend looks. She points her thumb in my direction. You got our boy starstruck! My mouth is still agape as I take her right hand, elevate it, and spin her around below my left arm to admire her even further. At this moment, nobody in this crammed ballroom exists except for her. I finally catch my breath and acknowledge her. You are beautiful. Iris giggles shyly, then places her soft hands at the lapel of my purple suit jacket. And you're gorgeous. She examines the soft texture of the fabric in her hands. The Joker suits you. A photographer appears beside us with his expensive equipment in his hands. You two look great. Do you mind if I take your photo in front of the event banner? We agree, part ways with the cross couple, and follow the photographer to the designated photo spot. Our first two photos aren't the best. We just stand next to each other as if we are taking our school photos for the yearbook. The photographer lowers his camera and expresses disappointment on his face. Can you guys get into character a bit? Iris holds my gaze briefly with an uncertain look in her eyes. I give her an encouraging nod, then take her arm to bring her closer to me. Let's just have fun with it. My first pose is an intimidating yet silly one where I challenge the camera. She covers her mouth with her hand to laugh. Then she joins in with the theatrics, flexing her muscular arms behind her head and giving the photographer an exaggerated grin. That's it! I love it! The photographer flashes his camera several times. I spontaneously cradle Iris's back with my right arm, then dip her. We both laugh hysterically, which makes the characters come to life even more. Our rambunctious interaction attracts a crowd, and people start cheering us on and clapping enthusiastically. Once our photo shoot is completed, we bow to the audience together as if we are paid performers. I lead Iris through the crowd by holding her hand and walking ahead of her. I could use a drink. How about you? Definitely. Iris nods. I serve us some beverages, then find us a spot in the corner to people watch as we cool down. How are you feeling? Iris takes several large gulps of her spiked punch. That was so much fun. I wasn't expecting that at all. I'm glad to hear that. I notice that she is subtly bobbing to the rhythm of the music. Do you want to dance? Sure. She smiles widely and tosses her empty cup in the bin. We snap back into our characters once we hit the dance floor together. It feels exhilarating to let loose with someone who enjoys living in the moment just as much as I do. We laugh so much while we're doing ridiculous antics that my chest hurts. For about 15 minutes, I forget that there's a mission that we need to complete. The music cuts off, and an announcer's voice fills the room. It's that time, everybody. It's time for our Best Dressed in Costume contest. Send your favorites up on stage now. There is some commotion while about 5 people make their way up onto the stage. Shayla pushes through the crowd to find us and is followed by Rebecca and Heather. There you are! Come on, you two! She grabs Iris by the hand and Iris drags me behind her. Everyone cheers as the contestants stand in a line on the stage. The announcer, dressed as a clown, appears on the stage with a microphone in one hand. He points at Iris and me with his other hand. Here! Our couple right here! Let me hear you scream for the Joker and Harley Quinn! The crowd makes an uproar like never before. They then applaud for the others when they are cued, but it is obvious that Iris and I are the crowd favorites. I lean closer to her and whisper into her ear. Are you ready? I think this is the perfect opportunity. The palms of my hands sweat as I think about what is coming next. Iris looks just as nervous as she looks up at me. What do you mean?
Chapter 22. Iris. James is not able to answer my question right away because the host of the event interrupts our side conversation. Not knowing his response is adding to my anxiety, and I can only imagine how much of a nervous wreck I look to the spectators below us. The clown host walks up to us and pretends to trip to give the audience some slapstick comedy. He pretends to be embarrassed as the crowd laughs. Then he brings the microphone to his mouth. Are you having fun? When the microphone is pointed at us, we both answer in unison. Yes? Well, I'm afraid that our competition wasn't fun enough. Wouldn't you agree, partygoers? The clown extends his arm with the microphone towards the people off stage to rally their responses. The grand ballroom is filled with roars and sounds of agreement. I feel overwhelmed as I try to see the faces of Shayla and Rebecca within the crowd. At least if I can have a focal point, I can distract myself from all these spontaneous situations. I finally manage to lean closer to James to whisper another inquiry. What are you about to do? James lowers his tall frame to me and whispers back. Just go along with whatever I do. His vague explanation doesn't offer me any relief. I already know that I am not the best actress, and it worries me that I could ruin our whole plan by making a foolish mistake. The host adjusts his round, red nose and speaks into the mic again. Very well, let's raise the stakes then, shall we? He slowly paces in front of all of the contestants. Let's make it couples only, okay? So you singles can step down. Once the single people leave the stage, there are 3 couples, including me and James. The flamboyant host strokes his bare chin as he looks into the crowd. You two and you two, come on up. He positions 2 other couples dressed in costumes at the front of the line. I examine all of them, feeling confident that we are still the best-dressed couple. It also makes me feel less pressured, since we're the last ones in line. If we have to do some sort of singing or dancing battle, we will have an advantage. So here is the new rule. The host stands at his original post closest to us. The audience will still scream for their favorite couple, but the couple has to do something sexy together. The room is filled with oohs and ahs. Meanwhile, my heart is beating into my throat. This is the worst possible scenario. They must be completely out of their minds. But then again, they don't know that James and I aren't a real couple. This mission might be over before it has even started. I raise myself to James's ear again, placing my hands at his arm in case I faint from a panic attack. There's no way that I can do this in front of all of these people. We need to just ditch this whole scene and forget about it. James places his right hand on top of my hands that clench his arm. He holds my gaze with the most encouraging expression. Calm down. Leave everything to me, okay? I give him a slow nod, feeling somewhat more relaxed due to his composure. How is he able to be so confident during a time like this? I am envious of it, but at the same time appreciative that he can bring me down from my frenzied episodes. Our first couple is Dracula and his bride. The host extends his arm towards the far end of the stage. Then the spotlight hits that couple. Give us your sexiest 5 seconds. Go. They immediately start making out in the sloppiest way, which causes mixed reactions of shock and exhilaration. I suddenly feel less embarrassed for myself and more so for them, covering my mouth with my hand as I giggle. I'm not sure if that was sexy or if you both were feasting on each other's faces, but okay. The clown shrugs and receives applause from the audience. The next two couples do their variations of a striptease, which is equally entertaining and sensual. James and I make our own commentary as we watch them, which makes it even more fun. There is one more couple to go beside us, and they are Superman and Wonder Woman. The spotlight shines on them. Superman lays down on his back, then Wonder Woman straddles him, riding him as she twirls her lasso in the air above them. I admire their gusto and clap enthusiastically. Practically having sex on stage with their clothes on is hardcore, and I just don't have the courage to do anything like that. Now that it's our turn, my nerves have returned. All I have to do is follow his lead, I think to myself as I focus on my breathing. The spotlight shines on us, and the host gives us our cue. I naturally look to James since I am still full of questions. If he kisses me right now, will it be believable to everyone else? It's not like we haven't kissed before, but doing it here would be a whole different story. I become even more curious as James leaves my side and walks over to the host. He borrows the microphone from the clown and looks out to the spectators as he speaks into it. I don't think this is considered sexy at all, so please forgive me for not following the rules, but this is something that I've been wanting to do for some time now. He comes closer to me, gets down on one knee, and pulls out a velvet box from his pocket. Will you marry me, Iris? The ballroom is filled with gasps that exceed the volume of the previous screams. Even though I could anticipate the proposal coming in the near future, I am still caught off guard. My hands cover my mouth as I experience genuine shock from the timing that he chooses. Shayla pushes herself to the front line of the crowd and screams out, "Oh my God!" James glances over his shoulder and shakes his head at her dramatic behavior with a charming chuckle. He then looks up at me with the same smile, the lights making his amber eyes sparkle. So, what do you say? I can feel my emotions heighten as I smile so wide that the corners of my mouth hurt. Yes, I say yes. Everyone applauds and screams as James rises to his feet and places the engagement ring with a blinding diamond onto my ring finger. When I wrap my arms around his neck to embrace him, I realize that I'm not putting on an act. I am once again blurring the lines of reality.
Chapter 23. James, I'm beaming from ear to ear as we come off the stage. And it's not just the Joker makeup this time. Somehow something up there seemed real, even though this is all supposed to be fake. For once, I'm allowing myself not to overthink it. As it turns out, I won't have a chance to, even if I try. As soon as we re-enter the crowd, a group of friends and colleagues flock to us. "Oh my God, you two!" cries Shayla. "That was so perfect!" There are tears in her eyes, and I try not to feel too guilty about the lie we just told. "I knew there was something going on, but I didn't know you were on the verge of a proposal," says Maya, hugging us both excitedly. "The Joker and Harley Quinn together forever," chimes in Dean, and he, like his wife, pulls us both into a bear hug. "Congratulations, James," I hear Avery say. Once Dean has released us, Avery steps forward to shake my hand. I've always been a fan of the old schoolyard romance, he jokes, winking at Shayla. She wraps an arm around him, and the two of them beam at Iris and I. Well, you know, I say, grinning. When you see someone day in and day out, especially if you've already got a history, it's hard for it not to turn into something. I smile at Iris as I speak before wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her in close. I try to tell myself it's all just part of the act, but the warmth of her body against mine tells me something else entirely. I mean, that was pretty obvious from the start, Shayla chimes in again. Watching you two fight, it was like watching foreplay. The whole group laughs at that, but the words fire something up in me. I can't deny it, I say, looking around the group. Seeing Iris tonight, I want her so bad it's driving me crazy. I shift my gaze to Iris, catching her eye. As I do, the fire rages harder. I can feel my grip on her waist tighten slightly, and I swear I see her pupils dilate for just a second. In that moment, I hope she knows my words weren't just lip service. It's the truth. I want her so badly right now, and it's taking all my willpower not to kiss her right here and now. We need drinks, yells Maya suddenly. We need to toast this. She drags us all to the bar, and my hand slips from around Iris's waist in the process. But as we wait for our drinks, her eyes catch mine again, and I can't help but feel a spark of electricity flicker between us again. To us, I say once everyone has a full glass. The toast is met with a round of cheers, and everyone drinks. Oh my God! I love this song! Iris suddenly cries, and I can't help but smile. Looks like it's time to show you my killer moves, then, I quip, taking the last swig of my vodka orange and putting my glass down. Iris gives me a look. You're on, she says, and does the same with the last of her gin and tonic. The alcohol is just enough to get me slightly buzzed and strip away any remaining inhibitions when it comes to dancing. Iris, of course, is an incredible dancer. Next to her, I must look like a complete idiot. But I don't care, and I don't think she does either. We laugh over silly dance routines and teach each other our signature moves. Mine is the robot, which manages to get a good laugh out of her. Hers, of course, is twerking, and I feel like I'm going to pass out in front of everyone. Her buttocks are incredible, and the way she moves it is even better. That is way too hot, I shout into her ear as she comes back up. She just gives me a sly smile and backs up into me a little, grinding along with the beat. Every so often, she turns back to give me another mischievous smile, and I can't tell if she's just an amazing actor or if she's teasing me. A small voice in the back of my mind hopes she's actually into it, but I don't allow it much airtime. No overthinking, remember? Instead, I place my hands on her hips, allowing myself to just enjoy the moment and whatever it is we're doing right now, even if I don't know quite what that is. A second later, though, I see her pull out her phone and check the time. I have to go, she shouts, pointing at her phone. It reads 12:04 a.m. I give her a quizzical look. She just shrugs and starts making her way to the door. I can do nothing but follow along behind her, hoping she'll change her mind. I don't want this to end. Outside, where it's quieter, I tease her. If you told me you were coming as Cinderella, I could have gotten a costume to match. She shoots me a wry smile. Does that mean you're my Prince Charming? We both chuckle softly, but it's obvious I don't want her to go. Sorry, I'm trying to stick to a strict sleep schedule. I know if I stay out past midnight, it just messes everything up, she explains. I'm still all messed up from our late nights before. I nod quietly as we begin to walk towards the parking lot. When we get to our cars, I look her in the eyes. I had a really good night with you, I say. I see a look flicker in across her face again, and I'm suddenly aware of the proximity of our bodies. I can practically feel the heat coming off her. Without thinking, I lean forward. She rises to meet me at the same time, as if our bodies are moving of their own volition. When her lips meet mine, the fire that's been burning in me all night erupts. I don't care what it means. I want her,
Chapter 24. Iris. His hands are warm against my skin as they slide up the back of my shirt. I moan softly, holding on tightly. His body is a tight, solid line against mine. I can feel the outline of his bone forming in his pants. It presses against my thigh, and I let out another moan. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please, help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 25, James. Damn, the sounds that Iris makes go straight to my manhood. It is so hard in my pants, but there is nothing that I can do about it right now. Thankfully, there's barely any traffic or cops. I drive through 2 red lights near my house, but I do not care. All I can think about is getting her in bed and climbing over top of her. I need to get my mouth back on her, to taste every inch of her skin. Judging by the deep breaths she's taking next to me, she agrees. Iris rolls the window all the way down, like the wind blowing in can cool our internal temperatures. Though I will not argue, the breeze does feel nice on my heated skin. I've barely pulled into the driveway before Iris is taking off her seatbelt. The moment the car is off and the doors are unlocked, she's out of the car. I'm not far behind her, fiddling with my keys on the short walk up to the door. She presses her body against mine, her chest flush against my back. She leans in and kisses my neck. Iris. I chuckle, opening the door. James. There's a grin on her lips as she follows me inside. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at BWWM. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 26. Iris. The pain in my knee is what wakes me up. That and the pressure in my bladder. I blink my eyes open slowly. The sunlight is coming in through the window. I frown. Something doesn't feel right. Not in a bad way. My body aches in the most comforting way possible. Aside from my leg, of course. I stretch, back popping. Sitting up, I continue stretching out the kinks. My shoulders pop and my neck cracks. I let out a sigh of relief. Someone snores beside me. I look over. Oh, right. James sleeps peacefully, his hair amused. He looks so young, my face heats up. Memories of last night come rushing back to me. It is enough to make my insides stir. What do I do now? My bladder comes to the forefront. I slip out of the bed and grab the first piece of clothing I find. I pull it on. It is James's t-shirt, and it is much too big for me. It hangs over the curve of my buttocks, like a mini dress. I make my way out of the bedroom. Thankfully, the bathroom is not hard to find. It is just across the hall, door open. I feel a little more at ease with the door closed between us. What is the etiquette of hookups these days? Should I stay until he wakes up? Do I tell him thank you for the excellent sex? Maybe I just say I will see him at school on Monday. Should I leave before he even wakes up? Leave him a note on the kitchen counter? None of that really feels right. We are not strangers, and we are both single. No one has done anything shameful here. Sneaking out the back door like I am embarrassed feels like a mistake. I suppose I will stay. Finishing up in the bathroom, I poke my head back into the bedroom. He has rolled over, his back facing the door. I stare at the smooth, hard lines of his muscles. I shiver, remembering the raw strength of him holding me against the door. I pull the door almost closed behind me, leaving it open a crack, just so I do not accidentally wake him up. My throat is parched. I am sure he won't mind if I get a drink while I wait for him to get out of bed on his own. As I walk through his home, I have to look around. I'm curious. I did not get a good look at it the night before. He has pictures hanging on the walls. Most of them are him and his friends, in various stages of life and in different cities. It seems like he has traveled a lot, though that would make sense. He is a coach. He has probably done most of his traveling for away games. His kitchen is just as neat as the rest of the place. There are no dishes in the sink, and the counters are cleared of any clutter. James is much neater than I had ever thought. I should have had a clue, though. His car is spotless. I do not think he even drinks coffee in it. It takes me a few tries to find the cupboard with the cups. Everything has its own place. The plates are stacked neatly next to the bowls. The cups are on the shelf by size, going from smallest to biggest. James always struck me as kind of the frat boy type. Something about the organization is startling. My stomach rumbles lightly. Should I make breakfast? Does James have anything to even make breakfast with? Opening the fridge, I blink in surprise. It is just as tidy in here as it is anywhere, and he has a lot of different ingredients. I wonder if that means he cooks too. The sound of the toilet flushing pulls me back. I pull the orange juice out of the fridge and lean against the counter. Filling my cup, I lean against the counter and take a drink. "Iris?" James calls. He sounds a little nervous. He must think that I left. "Kitchen," I answer. Maybe I am the one who is nervous. I hope he isn't disappointed I didn't sneak out after all. James steps into the kitchen, all his muscles on display. He's only wearing a pair of sweatpants that are hanging low on his hips, showing off the sharp dip of the bone. I am staring. I blink and turn away from him. Looking out the window, I take another drink of my juice. I don't miss the grin on his lips. "Like what you see?" he teases. I roll my eyes. I do not get to finish my answer. His lips are on mine, soft and tender. "Good morning," he says softly. "Good morning." I feel the heat rise to my cheeks again. James smiles. "What do you want for breakfast?" I want to say I am not hungry. I want to assure him I will be on my way, but my stomach chooses that moment to betray me and rumbles again at the thought of food. "Something easy on the stomach." He nods and takes a step back. Opening a few cupboards, he pulls out what he needs. From the fridge, he grabs a few containers of different berries and an open pack of bacon. "I didn't know you could cook," I say casually, watching him begin to wash the fruit and put it in a small bowl. James grins. "Who do you think packs my lunch?" "Your mom." I shoot back just as easily, my tone light and teasing. James laughs. "She would if I asked." His grin softens into a fond smile. I understand that. While my own mother and I may butt heads about certain topics, I do love her. "Did she teach you how to cook?" I ask, trying to keep the conversation light. I do not want to think about his hands on me, not as I watch him expertly chop the berries and put them in the blender. "She started it. I picked a lot of it up when I was living away during college." I nod, turning to put my empty glass in the sink. "I enjoy cooking." "I do." James looks over and smiles. "Would you like to help?" "Absolutely." Chapter 27. Iris. James hands me more berries to rinse as he mixes pancake batter. I turn to the sink to do as directed, then look back to watch how expertly he works. He seems like a real natural in the kitchen, not the least bit timid at the idea of cooking. I don't know why it surprises me as much as it does. I have a hard time thinking of James as being timid about anything. "You're good at this," I say, impressed by his skill. He shrugs, downplaying the comment. Cooking relaxes me. I watch him chop some of the berries I just handed him and insert them into the batter, and my mouth gapes open a bit. I feel as though I'm watching a professional chef, not a football coach. Even I would never think to try to add berries to pancakes, but the idea secretly has me intrigued. He starts some bacon frying, then scurries off for a moment. When he returns, he is now wearing a shirt. "Don't want to get any grease burns," he remarks with a wink. I can't help but laugh as the sound of sizzling bacon fills the air. Probably a good idea. James heats the griddle next, pouring perfect circles of batter. The smell of cooking pancakes fills the kitchen. My mouth waters watching him flip each one effortlessly. While he works, I follow his directions to finish washing the berries. I fetch some grapes and cantaloupe from the fridge, adding them to make a fruit salad. Voila! He waves the plate stacked high with pancakes in my direction. I laugh at his theatrics. "You really get into this, don't you?" "I'm a man of many talents, Iris." His playful wink speeds my pulse. Full of surprises, this James Finch. I carry the fruit salad to the table while he plates the bacon. Everything looks and smells amazing. My protesting stomach demands food. James delivers the rest of the food to the table, then gallantly pulls out my chair. Bon appetit. He sits across from me, waiting eagerly for my reaction. I take a bite of the pancakes, light, fluffy, sweet with fresh berries inside. "These are incredible." James grins. "Told you I could cook." He's clearly pleased I enjoy it. We talk over breakfast, learning more about each other. It boggles my mind that I am sitting across from James Finch of all people, enjoying a nice breakfast like this. The fact that we could go from clashing to this rapport astounds me. If you had told me a month ago I'd be enjoying spending time with James, I never would have believed it possible in a million years. "How did you get into cooking?" I ask. He smiles nostalgic. "My mom taught me the basics, but I got serious about it in college. Living away from home, I realized how much I enjoyed creating meals. It's satisfying, you know." I nod. "It really shows. This is amazing," I praise, gesturing at the feast before us. "Thanks." James puts more pancakes on my plate. "Eat up. There's plenty more where these came from." As we continue our meal, playful jokes between us take on a flirtatious energy. An undercurrent of attraction is working to pull us together with a magnetism impossible to resist. I want to fight it, still not certain what we did last night isn't wrong on some level. At the same time, the memories of what we did last night are too tantalizing to ignore. I wonder if James feels the same. The lingering looks he keeps giving me make me suspect that he might. If nothing else, they're certainly making my core heat with longing. James tops off my coffee, his fingers brushing mine. The simple touch sends warmth flooding through me. "Thanks," I say softly. "You're welcome." His amber eyes hold my gaze, and his smile starts a fire building in my abdomen. The half-eaten pancakes lie forgotten as we lean close across the table. James traces my bottom lip, eliciting a shiver of delight. "You have a little syrup there," he murmurs. I capture his finger gently with my teeth and reply. His sharp intake of breath fuels my boldness. Releasing him, I stand slowly and walk around the table, swaying my hips enticingly. James turns to face me, hands gripping the back of his chair, eyes hungry. I slide onto his lap to straddle him, my hands gliding over the taut muscles of his clothed chest. "Now then, where were we?" I purr. His response is to crush his lips against mine fiercely as my fingers tangle in his hair. The chair creaks under the force of James standing, and lifting me off the floor effortlessly as my legs wrap around his waist. His roaming hands and kisses give no doubt where he intends this to lead. He pushes the food off to one side as best as he can and lays me across the table. I'm pretty sure I feel the edge of a pancake against the back of my neck, but I don't even care. I kiss the strong column of his throat, unable to stop touching him now that I know how great it can be. His hands roam up and down my body, tearing off my clothes and his, as though he can't get them off fast enough. His strong, skilled fingers seem to be everywhere all at once, and my mind is too blown with passion to try to comprehend it. When we are naked, he steps back long enough to drink in the view of me. The action would normally make me feel self-conscious, but this time I find it flattering and sexy. Then he returns, bending over the table to give me a deep, searching kiss. He feeds me bites of pancake and fruit in between. "Delicious," James says after licking syrup from my lips. His tongue darts out to catch a stray drop sliding down my cheek. I giggle as he tries to offer me another berry. "I'm being selfish," I tease. "After all the time you spent making us breakfast, I'm the only one eating. I can't exactly reach the food from here, though." He shakes his head. "There's only one thing I want to eat," he remarks in a low voice, so deep and intense it rumbles through me. Then he begins to lightly drizzle the syrup across my body, making his meaning clear. His tongue sweeps across me to chase it, following its path lower to the valley between my cleavage. I gasp at the sensation, heat pooling within me at the lust in his eyes gazing up at me. My back arches involuntarily as he begins to lick it off with measured swipes of his tongue, groaning his enjoyment at the taste of me mingled with sweetness. More syrup drips onto my skin, my thighs parting with want as James kisses lower. Beautiful. He kisses reverently down, tongue delving to explore me as I cry out. He feasts there like a dying man, given water, until I come undone with so much force. It steals my breath. James stands, wiping his chin with a satisfied grin, and lifts me off the table. My trembling legs refuse to hold me up, so he carries me in his arms once again while I gather myself. "We better get you cleaned up," he suggests with a wink, taking me into the bathroom for the most pleasurable shower of my life. Chapter 28. Iris. I guess I should probably tell my parents about this, I say as I dry my moist skin. Our latest sex session left me dripping with sweat, but the shower has done me good. Given our emerging track record, though, I hardly think the cleanliness will last long. I can see James looking at me, and I can't help but smile. He must be thinking the same thing I am. He does his best to control himself, though. "For sure," he replies, swallowing hard. "I can give you some privacy if you want." I laugh, shaking my head. "It's not that kind of family. Trust me, they're going to want to talk to you too. Think you can keep up the charade for an interrogation from an overwhelming Black family?" He smiles. "I'll do my very best." Once I'm dressed, we sit down on the couch. I start a joint video call with Mom, Dad, and Amanda, keeping the camera trained on me to start. "Hey, sweetie," my mom says in a strained voice. "Is everything okay?" My dad and sister chime in with the same concern. "Everything's fine, guys," I reply, smiling. The endorphins running through my body ensure I don't even have to fake it. I actually have some exciting news. "Did you finally find yourself a man?" comes my mom's immediate guess. She beat me to the punch, but I should have seen that coming from a mile away. "Actually, yes," I reply, and my smile doesn't falter. "And we're engaged?" I hold up my hand, showing off the ring and pause for the requisite squealing and shouting. It comes right on cue. "Oh my God, Iris!" comes my sister's voice through the noise. "Is it that cute white guy you were with at the wedding? I told you you'd meet someone there." I can't help but laugh at this. Yes, and the cute white guy in question is sitting right next to me. I glance over at James, who's grinning. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was enjoying this. Oh, he has to come to Thanksgiving, says my mom, and there's a round of agreement from Amanda and my dad. We need a chance to properly meet this gentleman suitor, says Amanda, a wry smile on her face. I shake my head. Sorry, I'm meeting James's family over Thanksgiving. I already promised. Really? Asks my mom, and I can hear the disappointment in her voice. As much as I hate to let her down, I hate the thought of spending Thanksgiving with my family even more. Sorry, Mom, but they've already invited me. Iris, if you're getting married, we need to meet this boy. Your father agrees, don't you? Honey, we're happy for you, but we don't know the man. We have to meet him, comes my dad's response, and I hear the concern in his voice. And you will, I promise, just not at Thanksgiving. I'm sorry, I already made a promise. I hope this will placate them for now, but my mom is still narrowing her eyes at me through the screen. All right, she finally says. But the next chance you get, you're bringing him home for us to meet him. Of course, Mom, I say, but all I'm hoping is that it'll keep her off my back. You say he's there with you? Amanda chimes in. The giant grin on her face already tells me everything I need to know about her next question. Yeah, this is James, I say with a sigh, turning my camera to face him. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Carson. Hi, Amanda. It's nice to meet you all. James flashes a charming smile, and I almost feel like I could kiss him again. I also hope he makes it out of this call alive. Well, young man, comes my mother's voice, I hope you know you have a very special girl in our Iris. Oh, I do, Mrs. Carson, he says, shooting a look at me. I can't tell if it's a humorous smile or an amorous one, but hopefully my parents can't tell the difference either. I've known she was special from the moment I met her. And when was that? Asks my mother. She's not letting up. Well, actually, we've known each other since high school, he replies sweetly. And we reconnected 3 years ago when we started working together at Holly Brook. Ooh, Iris didn't tell me that, chimes in Amanda. Iris, you've been holding out on us. I turn the camera back to myself momentarily. It wasn't really relevant at the time, I quip without thinking, but I catch myself in time to correct the slip-up. We've only gotten really serious recently. I flash a sweet smile and hope it's enough to cover it up. My mom, though, narrows her eyes again. Well, it sounds like you two might still need to get to know each other a little better. If it's only gotten serious recently, you need more time to bond. And you need to bring him home to meet us, she adds sternly. I try hard not to roll my eyes. Instead, I promise to bring James home the first chance I get and end the call as quickly as I can without straight up hanging up on them. After I put the phone down, I look at James and let out a huge sigh. Well, that was something, he says, a joking smile coming across his face. I can't help but laugh. I did warn you. They're just like this. And honestly, this was them on a good day. Trust me, the engagement news went a long way in softening them up. Usually our calls are just a series of my mom and my sister taking turns calling me a spinster. Ouch, comes James's reply. I thought only my family was that bad. Well, I guess we have a lot more in common than we thought, I reply, and the pressure in my chest eases a little bit. Like 2 peas in a pod, inside a family-induced pressure cooker, he replies with a grin. The two of us laugh, leaning softly against each other.
Chapter 29. James. The thought crosses my mind that if Iris and I had gotten together in our younger days, we could already be 5 years, or maybe more, into a marriage and have kids. It's a shame that we allowed our misconceptions about each other to create a rivalry between us. I didn't know what I was missing then, but now I am fully aware. It's better late than never. Time exists differently when Iris is around me. It speeds by because we are fully immersed in each other. But it also moves in slow motion because I cherish every second. I've always known that she is an extraordinary woman, but sharing an intimate space with her makes her value increase even more. I hate to sound greedy, but I just can't get enough of her. Iris spends the rest of the weekend at my place, and we continue to bond on a deeper level. It's hard to believe that this is just an arrangement when our chemistry is like a blazing fire that can never be put out. I need to remain practical about things, but she makes me comfortable enough to share things with her that I've never shared with anyone else. We get ready for work together on Monday morning, and it feels like we're husband and wife for real. Since she doesn't have any of her work clothes at my place, we make a pit stop at hers so she can change. Then we head to Holly Brook High together. As we walk through the halls side by side, the kids naturally shift out of our way as if we are Moses parting the Red Sea. Their eyes are all glued to us, and I can see the shyness written all over her perfect, dark skin. "Why are they looking at us like we're circus animals?" Iris whispers as we take the seemingly longer than usual course to our offices. I'm going first. My hand captures hers, bringing her to a halt before she can run off. "You're adorable." I release a small chuckle, then I proceed when most of the kids have dispersed. "Isn't it better if we stick together? We have roles to play, remember?" Iris rolls her eyes and looks at me with a heavy sigh. "You're right. I know I am." I tease her with a warm smile, then lead us the rest of the way. We are greeted with the sounds of party horns and cheers. The staff members shower us with confetti while screaming out, "Congratulations!" Shayla steps forward with Avery standing at her side. She raises her hands to reveal a blue, rectangular present box wrapped with a red bow around it. Just something small to start you off. Ah. Iris's usual healthy complexion returns as she smiles and accepts the present. "You guys didn't have to do this." She turns towards me and signals for us to open it together. Once we remove the bow and open the box, we ravish through the tissue paper to find matching robes. They each have cursive writing on the back. One says, "Mr. Finch," and the smaller one reads, "Mrs. Finch." Iris stares at it with her mouth agape, then looks up at me. She says no words, but I already know what she's thinking because I feel guilty too. This just makes it even harder to reveal the truth about us later. I swiftly respond for both of us to eliminate any suspicions. "These are nice, Shayla. How did you get them customized so quickly?" Shayla proudly crosses her arms over her chest and replies with a smirk, "I have my personal connections, so I can't reveal my secrets." Avery spills the beans without hesitation. "She made them herself." "Avery!" She playfully punches her husband's chest, and he reacts as if he's in pain. I don't want to be forced into monetizing my hobby. Iris examines her silk ivory robe even closer. "You really could if you wanted to. Your work is flawless." "Well, I'm already making money from one passion, so that's enough." She joyously wraps her arms around Avery's waist. "I'm glad you like them." Rebecca joins their circle with a round cake in her hands that reads Iris and James in gold lettering. "It's about time that you went public. We all noticed you two longing for each other with your glances. You did a horrible job of concealing it all this time." I chuckle heartily, feeling touched that we were recognized before we even acknowledged ourselves. Iris remains silent, albeit she has a mixture of surprise and guilt on her face. My hand reaches for hers again, and I clench it as I whisper softly, "It's going to be okay." Iris looks up at me and nods. She teases Rebecca. "It's a little early for cake, isn't it?" I am continuously congratulated by my students throughout the day. Before I know it, school is out. Iris is collecting her things in her office when I walk in to check on her. She places her black leather work bag over her shoulder and walks towards me. "I'm ready." We drive to her apartment instead and order Chinese food for dinner. I try to cheer her up, teasing about how, with our professions, we should eat better. But when I jokingly suggest hiring a private chef to follow us around, she doesn't answer. After eating together, we sit on the soft rug of her living room despite her having a full living room of furniture. We're drinking our favorite Cabernet when the topic of couple goals comes up. The authenticity of our relationship might be questioned at any point. Iris gets up to grab a notepad and pen from her desk. Then she sits on the ground and places them on the coffee table. We need to be doing all the things that real couples do. You're absolutely right. We already have Halloween pictures together, so that's a good start. Thanksgiving is in a few weeks, so we'll be sure to take pictures together then too. Iris opens the notepad to jot down some words. Meeting the families. I take a long sip of my wine as I think about ideas to contribute. Couples go on amusement park dates, out-of-town trips to the beach. She silently writes down everything that I mentioned. Are you still worried about today? Nobody will know we lied, and couples break up all the time. Don't worry about it too much. I offer her comfort with my tone and words. It's not that. Iris hesitates, avoiding my gaze. I would like you to ask for my consent before you kiss me in public. Done? I finish my glass of Cabernet and pour another one from the bottle. So, let's go to the beach this Saturday?
Chapter 30. Iris. When the weekend rolls around, I notice how excited I'm feeling about the beach trip. Even if my relationship with James isn't a real one, I'm still enjoying the time that we spend together. I have never been around someone who makes me feel so assured and at peace. The way everything feels organic puts my mind at ease when the thoughts of convincing our families rise to the surface. I am comfortably reclined in the passenger seat of his red sports car, scrolling on my phone for activities we can get into during our 2-day stay at Long Beach Island in New Jersey. Honestly, I'm so lost when it comes to these couple things. I assume that they just ate at the same restaurants and ran errands together. James chuckles as his left hand holds the steering wheel. You make it sound like serious relationships are just repetitious and dull. Well, aren't they? I shift my focus from the bright screen and onto him. I've always believed that it's whatever you make of it. James looks straight ahead as he concentrates on driving. There are married couples who have been together for decades and still find new experiences to have together. I study his point of view, realizing that I've never given the topic as much consideration as he has. It's very possible that our simulation of a partnership may be the closest that I get to the real thing. Since that may be the case, perhaps I'm not immersing myself in the experience as much as I should. The cottage that I've rented out has many great views of the beach. He glances over at me as he continues to explain his plan. We can start with taking some pictures there to post on social media. Then there will be actual beach photos, of course. There will be no doubts in anyone's mind that we're the real deal. Oh. I tap on the screen of my phone to place it in sleep mode, then inadvertently stare at it while it sits on my lap. Why am I disappointed when I already knew what this was? James is working really hard to convince his family, and I should be just as motivated to impress mine. We picked a good weekend to go. James speaks as if he is a salesman attempting to sell me the vacation. The temperatures are usually in the 50s, but because of the heat wave, we'll have some 60-degree weather. I feel like an idiot for just wanting to have fun with him. This whole event is an objective in itself. The harsh reality check that I have to give myself is that we are only here due to an agreement that we both benefit from. We've already been lying to people we care about, and now the facade is growing even deeper. I doze off for the remainder of the ride and wake up to James kneeling beside me with the passenger side door open behind him. He lightly shakes my leg with his right hand placed against my thigh. We're here. His perfect smile being the first thing I see sends my heartbeat into overdrive. Sorry, I didn't even realize that I fell asleep. I correct my posture in the seat, then turn my body towards him. He rises to his feet, while extending his hand outward to me. My small hand becomes engulfed in his large one. Then we walk together to our temporary home. Shouldn't we get the suitcases? I gaze up at him dreamily. I've already brought them inside, and we have lunch scheduled at the nicest restaurant at the end of the street. James opens the large wooden door, then waits for me to enter. You must have been tiptoeing around in order to not wake me up. You know I'm such a light sleeper. I am touched by his consideration as I admire the rustic yet chic decor of the cottage. This feels all so real, and I'm getting caught up in how much of a gentleman he is being with me. It feels like a scene out of a romantic storybook. You were looking so peaceful as you slept. James observes the high tide of the ocean from the massive window at the back of the house. Wow. I stand at his side and admire the view that should be for a king and queen. This is breathtaking. Only the best for our first trip together. He speaks in the most convincing tone. Now let's go enjoy some lunch. We notice several couples dressed in their wedding best gather in the large ballroom area adjacent to the restaurant as we eat our exquisite Italian food. The owner of the restaurant comes to our table as we are finishing up to ensure that we have had a memorable experience. Once we verify that we have, he gestures to the other room and states that we have been signed up for the wedding photo booth event. My mouth is agape as I look at James for confirmation. You signed us up? He wipes his mouth with his fabric napkin, then smiles widely. I thought it would be fun. Come on. I gave them our measurements beforehand, so they have some outfits already prepared for us. I am once again captivated by his initiative. Not only is he handsome and has the perfect body, but he also embodies all the qualities that I want in a man. At this point, it's beyond tempting to just let go of my rational mind and plunge into this situationship. We meet in the center of the room and practically undress each other with our eyes. I start to envision him standing at the altar while I slowly approach him in my white gown. The fantasy that we are acting out makes my skin grow hot, and I become even hotter when he sits next to me in the photo booth. Are you ready? James reaches forward to press the button while holding my gaze. I swallow hard and nod, feeling the lust grow inside me as my eyes drift from his hypnotic eyes to his equally enticing lips. He presses the button, then moves back in the seat, wrapping his arm around my bare shoulders. His strong hand clenching my arm and the mouth-watering scent of his cologne have me under his spell. The timer is counting down from 10. James locks gazes with me at the 5-second mark, and we completely lose ourselves. Our lips crash into each other's, and our tongues dance together as if their interaction is needed for survival. It happens so naturally that I don't care to think about what any of this means right now. I'm with an incredible man who makes me feel more alive than I ever have. This vacation is already giving me more than I ever could have dreamed of.
Chapter 31. James, our Saturday in Long Beach Island is already filled with quality time and affection, and the day is only halfway finished. The way we have an impromptu makeout session in the photo booth gives me hope that we might be capable of turning our faux relationship into a real commitment. As far as I know, these are just unrequited feelings, so I just keep them to myself in the meantime. What keeps a smile on my face is how Iris and I can turn any mundane activity into an adventure. We just naturally enjoy each other's company, and that has made this arrangement flow so effortlessly. Oftentimes, it's challenging to discern what is real and what is just for show. I've become so deep in my feelings with her that I'm at the point of no return. The Italian restaurant gives us a free dinner voucher for participating in the photo booth event, and we vow to return in 5 or 6 hours. The sun provides us with some warmth as we walk off all of our calories by taking a pleasurable stroll back to the cottage. We definitely had the spiciest photos out of all of the couples. Iris joyously swings her arms back and forth as she walks. Can you imagine if we would have done something like that at the Halloween party? We would have wiped the floor with everyone there. I chuckle heartily, then capture her right hand while it's in mid-swing. We definitely would have. But it felt nice not to be pressured into doing something sensual. Iris looks up at the sky and giggles. It really does make a big difference when we have a choice in the matter. Do you want to go swimming in the pool when we get back? I admire how the sunlight complements her perfectly melanated skin. That sounds like a plan. She smirks as if she has a trick up her sleeve. But you should know that if I wouldn't have taken the path of cheerleader and coach, I would be a professional swimmer. Is that a fact? I raise my brow at her to indicate that she has piqued my interest. Oh, yeah. She nods confidently. So you may not want to place any bets against me. I smile widely at her light-hearted taunt. It sounds like you're challenging me to a swim-off. Iris playfully avoids my gaze by looking everywhere except at me. I'm advising you to swim against me at your own risk. Oh, okay. I stop walking and pull her to me by her hand that I'm holding. Prepare to be defeated. She lifts her head to hold my gaze with an unreadable expression. Her demeanor shifts to more serious as her eyes lower to my lips. It then becomes clear to me that she must be thinking about our kissing in the booth. What is this woman doing to me? If I don't exercise some self-control, this vacation could easily turn into us being in the bedroom the entire weekend. As much as I would love that, we came out here to do activities and take couples photos. I can't lose sight of the objective. How about this? I gently place my hands at the sides of her shoulders. We can pre-game at the pool, then head down to the beach. Iris appears slightly disappointed, but she nods anyway. Okay. We change into our swimwear, then head over to the pool on the west side of the cottage. Iris has on a purple one-piece with a low V-cut that nearly touches her pierced belly button. I am shirtless and sporting my red and black swim trunks. I execute a cannonball into the deep end that splashes Iris and causes her to release a shriek. It's best if you just jump right in. Oh, it's on! She hugs her body and shivers as she makes her way to the shallow side of the pool. I swim over to her, then attempt to guide her into the water beyond where it meets her waist. I know it's freezing, but just get your body used to it. She hesitates and shrieks again. We need a jacuzzi, not a pool. I drape my arms over her shoulders and bring her to my body to provide her with some heat. See? It's not so bad. Iris becomes still within my embrace and her shivering ceases. I'm still going to win our race. That's the spirit. I release her, then take my position. First one to the other side wins. She smiles at me confidently. And when I win, I'll get to give the loser an order. I find her competitive side extremely attractive. A wide grin forms onto my face as I do some aerobics in the water for preparation. I'm looking forward to ordering you around when I win then. If you're the gentleman that I think you are, you'll let this lady win. Iris jumps up and down to regulate her body temperature. She may not be aware of it, but that was the plan all along. I would give anything to see her do that adorable victory dance that she did at Oscar's Tavern. Seeing her happy means more to me than my pride. Ready? Go! Iris swims ahead, and I trail behind her comfortably at a turtle's pace. When she reaches the other side and realizes that she has won, she celebrates energetically. I congratulate her by floating above the water in front of her, close enough that our bodies touch. My voice becomes sultry as I intentionally hold her gaze. Well done, swim star. Iris places her arms over my shoulders as our lips meet again. We are more patient than the previous time and taste each other's mouths as if we are proceeding with caution. The kiss is thoughtful, sweet, and perfectly timed. Iris exits the pool first, then I follow suit. She's still rubbing her victory in my face when I pick her up off the ground and twirl her around in a cradled position. I can't remember the last time I felt this happy. Afterwards, we head down to the beach and enjoy the sunset while sharing a hammock together. She rests her head against my bare chest and sighs blissfully. Today was the perfect day. It's still not over. Do you want to use the free couple dinner coupon they gave us earlier? I make the offer, albeit being perfectly comfortable with just holding her all night. Truthfully, I made sure all the teachers were reimbursed with presents of their own. I told them it was appreciation from Iris and I, and it helped absolve my guilt. I don't need the coupon. In fact, I'll probably give it to the waitstaff to use and spoil Iris without being limited by it, but it helps encourage her to go to dinner with me. Who in their right mind will refuse something free? She giggles sweetly. I chuckle along with her, then watch her struggle to leave the hammock. She adjusts her swimsuit and runs off. Last one to the cottage is a rotten egg. My laughter hinders my breathing the entire time I'm running behind her. Once we get there, I hunch my tall body over to catch my breath before I smile at her. Iris pouts cutely. Now kiss me, Mr. Loser.
Chapter 32. Iris. We head up the street to the Italian restaurant after changing into some dressy casual attire. James looks handsome in a satin-textured collared shirt with red, black, and white vertical stripes. He has paired the look with white jeans and black loafers. I have unintentionally matched him in a silky red dress that I hope seduces him by the end of the night. As I am walking up an incline in my strappy black heels, I start to lose my balance, but he is right there to catch me. James smiles charmingly as he gazes down at me while holding me in a slightly cradled position. I can't have you twisting your ankle out here. I chuckle lightly as I am shifted into a standing position. I know, right? A damaged knee is bad enough. It's always a surprise to me when you wear heels despite your injury. He speaks in an empathetic tone as we walk hand in hand the remainder of the way. They do add aggravation to my knee at times, but I'm still a woman at the end of the day. I want to feel sexy, I explain. You're sexy whether you have on heels or sweatpants, he replies sincerely. I can feel my cheeks heating as I avoid his gaze. When he says things like that, I transform back into a giddy teenage girl. I trust what he says, even if we're just pretending to be together. James holds open the door for me, and we enter the establishment for the second time today. They have managed to decorate the entire place in the hours we were gone, with several balloon garlands and a large banner hanging over the ballroom that reads "Couple Event." The owner of the restaurant greets us with the same level of enthusiasm as he did earlier. After accepting our voucher, he shares some more information with us. The trade-off for the free dinner is joining in the couple event game. I'm sure you two will have a blast. I hold my tongue until we are seated at our table. Then I giggle ironically as James sits across from me. We should have known. Nothing in life is free. Indeed, James releases his charismatic chuckle. But we had so much fun with the photo booth, so I'm sure that we will make the most of this event too. He's right. I'm just enjoying my time with him regardless, so I won't complain. Suddenly, a man appears at our table, with a tall, beautiful woman attached to his arm. He glances from me to James several times, before he exclaims in the most obnoxious way, I thought that was you two. Who would have thought that you would have gotten together? You hated each other's guts. I squint my eyes while I try my hardest to identify the mystery man who stands before us. He obviously knows us, but I can't seem to return the same sentiments. Barry Hart. James extends his hand out and gives him a friendly shake. What are the odds of running into you out here? Barry still observes us with a confused expression. No kidding. I hear you two are still at the high school. It's nice to see that you can get out of Philly for a weekend. It all comes back to me now. Barry was a nerdy boy with a pimple-covered face who never hesitated to be condescending to his peers. He even had a few choice words for me at the time, but I was too preoccupied with being a cheerleader to pay him any mind. Barry, it's a miracle that you've finally grown into that big head of yours. I choose not to hold back because he got away with entirely too much as a mean kid. James covers his mouth as he chuckles heartily, then raises the palm of his hand to me. I slap his hand with mine, feeling liberated about giving the bully a taste of his own medicine. Barry lowers his head briefly and clears his throat. This is my girlfriend, Olga Suchardova. You probably recognize her from the fashion magazines. The model looks down on us with her nose in the air. Good luck in the couple competition. You'll need it since you'll be going against us. Excuse me, waiter. We'd like to make this a double date for dinner. Barry imposes on our one-on-one date with his snobby counterpart. The meal is insufferable for me, but I develop more of an admiration for James, who plays it cool the entire time. I'm having flashbacks to the Halloween event once we are on stage for the competition. When the host announces that the game is coconut smoochie, I begin to feel anxious. Barry and Olga give us competitive glances while the other two couples discuss their strategy. James brings me closer to him with his hand at my side. Let's wipe the floor with them. I giggle nervously, but his confidence inspires my own to surge. All the couples place the small coconuts between them at the waist, then the host blows a starting whistle. One of the other couples drops out at the very beginning, leaving only 3 teams left. James takes the lead by bringing his firm body closer to mine and lowering himself to my pelvis. I instantly get hot, and my mind briefly drifts to sexual thoughts. The coconut drifts up my abdomen and halts in between my cleavage. I crack a joke to lighten my nerves. You certainly know your way around a coconut. I've made out with a few of them in my day. James matches my wit effortlessly. The coconut slips back down to my stomach when I start laughing, but James keeps it snug between us with his rock-hard abs. He releases a chuckle and smiles at me widely. You can't keep laughing or we're going to lose. There is a scream from the third couple, and it is confirmed that they dropped their coconut. Now it's just between us and the supercilious couple. I can hear Olga behind me scolding every move that Barry makes, and it puts a smile on my face knowing that they can't compete with the harmony that I have with James. I take the initiative this time and lower myself to ascend the coconut up his toned chest. Then I nestle it under his chin. We've got this. We work together to get the coconut in between our lips, and the sexual tension rises as we release the coconut and hold each other's gaze. We celebrate our win by taunting our opponents with a victory dance, followed by several shots of tequila. Our hands are joined together as we enjoy a lovely stroll back to the cottage. I look up at the beautiful night sky with the largest grin on my face. Tonight was perfect. James stops walking, blocks my path, and holds my chin with his other hand. Then let's add to it. His lips meet with mine, and we have the most sensual kiss, while being only illuminated by the enchantment of the waxing crescent moon.
Chapter 33. James. Even though I'm barely tipsy from the alcohol, the sensation of her lips on mine, of her tongue in my mouth, of her body pressed against me is intoxicating. I feel like I'm getting lost in this kiss, and I only hope this will proceed to the bedroom. But as Iris pulls away from the kiss, I suddenly see a mischievous look come over her face. It's one I haven't really seen until now. I like it. It hints at something fun, and maybe a little bit reckless. Before I can ask her what it means, she reaches down and pulls her dress over her head. The move takes me entirely by surprise. I thought we'd at least get inside before the clothes came off. But here on the porch, Iris seems to be getting things started already. I guess that's what that mischievous smile meant. You're something else, you know? I mutter softly, staring at the vision before me. For a second she stands there, her white lace bra and panties stark against her dark skin. I can't take my eyes off her. She's absolutely stunning, and she's still got that same smile on her face. But she's not done. In another second, Iris unhooks her bra, letting her perfect round bosom falls out in the warm night air. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. She grins at me, slipping her panties down and letting them drop to the floor. Her body in the moonlight is dark and lithe, with curves in all the right places. I take a step forward, wanting to run my hands all over her body, to cup that perfect chest, to lift her perfect buttocks, to caress her perfect hole. But I don't get the chance. With a giggle, she plants a quick kiss on my cheek before running down to the water, leaving me staring after her in awe. "Come on," she calls over her shoulder, and I can't help but chuckle. Laughing helps release the tension that's suddenly tightening my body, making it hard to move. This woman is wild, and I love that about her. I manage to break the spell and pull my own t-shirt over my head. I feel the air caress my skin. I take a deep breath of the salty night air. It feels good. My pants and briefs follow suit, and soon I'm running across the sand, leaving only a pile of clothes back at the cabin. I can't help but look around as I make my way down to the beach. Iris seems to be completely carefree right now, and I can see why. In the moonlight, I see the silhouettes of other cabins to my left, but they're far enough away that we're afforded a decent amount of privacy here. We're the last house in the row, and no one really comes this way, especially not at this time of night. I finally catch up to Iris, who's waiting for me at the water's edge, her skin almost shimmering in the moonlight. "What took you so long?" she teases, before leaning in to kiss me. I feel her warm skin press against me, the length of her body touching the length of mine. It's enough to drive me wild. There's nothing I want more than to take her right now, and she must be able to feel that. But I can see she has other ideas, at least for the time being. As she pulls out of the kiss, she takes me by the hand, flashes me another mischievous grin, and goes running into the water, pulling me behind her. The salt water is invigorating, but still remarkably warm. Or maybe it's just me that's hot. Iris wades in up to her shoulders, and I follow her. At this point, she could be a siren leading me to a watery grave, and I wouldn't care. "Ever been skinny dipping before?" she asks, grinning at me over the water. The moon is reflecting off the waves, and it gives her an ethereal quality, like some water nymph calling to me. It's hypnotizing. It's so hypnotizing, in fact, that I forget to answer her question, instead just staring at her. "James," she says with a laugh, rousing me from my reverie. "Sorry," I finally reply. "You just look so beautiful in the moonlight." "Well, you don't look so bad yourself," she replies, her voice soft and low. I find her hand beneath the waves and pull her to me. The moment her skin touches mine, a bolt of electricity passes through my body. Her skin feels slick in the salt water, and it's as if my sense of touch is suddenly heightened. Touching her now feels as if it's for the first time. I can't help but run my hands over her skin, and I have no doubt she feels me getting hard as I caress her. She smiles at me with a soft, sensual smile that tells me she's loving this as much as I am. Her full lips are so tempting right now, and I can't help but lean in, pressing my mouth to hers in a passionate kiss. Her tongue soon finds its way into my mouth. The warmth of it, along with the smoothness of her perfect skin, is enough to make me know I need this woman. I need her now. But she pulls away for a second. "You know," she says, and I see that mischievous smile again. "Skinny dipping I've done before, but what I've always wanted to try is outdoor sex." I can't help but grin back. "Well, I'd be more than happy to make your wish come true." I give her one last kiss, a passionate, teasing kiss that I hope will leave her wanting more. Then I take her hand and lead her back to the shore. The two of us laugh the whole way.
Chapter 34. Iris. Hand in hand, James and I dash up the shore, giggling with a youthful abandon I haven't felt in what seems like forever. The white light of the full moon guides our way as we search for a private spot, hidden from view of the cabins and any late-night stragglers. My heart hammers with anticipation and desire. I tell myself it's because of the forbidden act we're about to engage in, but deep down, I know at least some part of it is for my partner. My time with James has turned out to be so much more than I had ever expected. We discover a large flat slab of rock a short distance away, shrouded in shadow. Perfect. I turn to James, pulse racing, and crash my lips hungrily against his. Our damp bodies meld together as I strain against him, urgent and demanding. He lifts me in the air easily, sliding me up onto the rock. Never breaking our kiss, he pushes into me until I am laying down on my back. He climbs up after me, covering my body with his own. Well, well, well. Things are heating up again. You know what to do? Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixavon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 35. James. The weekend on Long Beach Island flies by too fast for my liking. I would have been satisfied by doing absolutely nothing at the cottage with Iris, but it was nice that we got to experience many new activities together. From the impromptu photo booth to the sensual sex underneath the aphrodisiac-like glow coming from the moon, every moment with her has been beyond magical. I feel like a new man as I confidently stroll through the halls of Holly Brook High on Monday. The only thing missing is my woman at my side. We arrive separately, and I feel oddly exposed since I've become so accustomed to her companionship. As I stop by my office before classes start, the thought crosses my mind that I wonder if I appear differently to everyone else. Good morning. I peek my head into her office, becoming even more energetic when I observe her sitting behind her desk. Have you had your coffee yet? Iris looks like a sexy librarian as she gazes up at me over the thin frame of her reading glasses. Good morning. I have. I got an early start this morning. I see that. I stand there awkwardly for a few moments before I realize that I should leave her to her tasks. I'll see you at lunchtime then. She continues to type something on her computer as she responds in a low voice. Okay. I grab a few items from my office, then head to my classroom to take attendance in homeroom. It seems that Iris is handling the separation of our private lives and work lives better than I am, but I don't let it deter me. Our vacation together has given me a new, optimistic view of our relationship, and I'm still floating on cloud 9. Many of my football guys are with me for homeroom, and they proceed to tease me about my chipper demeanor. They even huddle together first to get their game plan together. See, that's unfair. I lean backwards in my office chair and cross my arms over my chest. You can't be using my own methods against me. Brody leads the small group to my desk. He smirks at me as he places the palms of his hands against the edge of my desk. But Coach, we couldn't help but notice that obvious smile on your face. When I had that expression with Sherry Porter, you said that I was smiling like a buffoon. Great. I playfully squint my eyes at him as if I'm annoyed. Now you're using my own words against me. We're happy for you, Coach. Franco stands on the other side of the desk and places his hand against his heart to give a brief theatrical performance. You are the epitome of a man in love. It's something we all aspire to be one day. Oh yeah? Well, how about you guys focus on football first and land some scholarships? Then you can concern yourself with girls. I point at them several times, adding emphasis to the solid advice that I'm giving. Why can't we do both, though? Timmy chimes in from behind the other guys. I mean, look how much a woman has impacted your life, Coach Finch. Hey! I raise my finger at him and chuckle several times. You make it sound like I was depressed or something before. I'm just happier now. Exactly. Brody lightly pats his hand against the desk. And your happiness means less torture for us doing practice. Right, guys? His two teammates back him up with cheers. I stand up from my chair and taunt them with a raised brow. How does 10 laps sound? The school bell tolls. The guys are rambunctious as they laugh, grab their belongings, and sprint out of the room together. Later, coach. The next few weeks with Iris carry the same blissful tone as our weekend getaway. But there is a major change in her disposition that has been nagging away at me in the back of my mind. It feels like she's pulling away from me, and at the worst possible time. Thanksgiving is right around the corner, and we still have to convince my family that we're a legitimate engaged couple. Though I'm not sure, at this point I'm really even very worried about my family anymore. The idea of losing Iris, as close as we've become, is unnerving. I miss the closeness we had been working to achieve, and I'm not sure where it has gone. To me, everything was perfect. What happened? Have I done something wrong? We are usually very forthcoming with our communication, so I feel like she would have told me. I buy a fresh and bright bouquet of flowers from the local florist during lunch one day and hand it to Iris in front of a full cafeteria of students and faculty. The large room is filled with kids, oohing and awing, and Iris glances around self-consciously before accepting them. Instead of the thank you that I was expecting, she clenches her hand at my left bicep and guides me to a secluded area outside of the building. There it is again. It's that sensation that I'm messing up a good thing in the most oblivious way. Iris observes the bouquet that she cradles in her right arm and sighs heavily. This is too much for me. I'm confused. I study her curiously as she continues to avoid my gaze. I thought you liked flowers. I do. She stumbles over her words a few times before finally making eye contact with me. It's the PDA that I'm not fond of. You consider me giving you flowers a public display of affection? I start to feel annoyed by the accusation. Well, it was very public, wasn't it? She stares at me in frustration as if she's waiting for the definition of public to be addressed. It's hardly the point. Wow. I inhale deeply, then exhale sharply. I'm sorry I've offended you like this. You never told me that I'd have to ask for permission when it comes to giving you flowers. You don't feel like you're doing a lot for a fake relationship? None of this is even required. Iris pauses, then slightly turns her body away from me. You got carried away. I feel like I've been stabbed in the chest by a dagger in the form of her words. What she says is valid, but it doesn't make it sting any less. Maybe I've been wrong about her feelings for me this whole time. I apologize. I speak to her with the utmost sincerity. It won't happen again. I re-enter the building alone, feeling like every intimate moment that we've shared together has been a lie. She has never truly been into me romantically, and it has become blatantly obvious now. But how do I navigate my feelings that I've invested in this woman? Is it even possible to pull back now that I've fallen so deeply in love with her?
Chapter 36. Iris. It's safe to say that our honeymoon phase is over. I'm not sure if what we had going was ruined by all the attention that we've gotten as a couple, or if it's because Thanksgiving is right around the corner. Either way, the pressure of maintaining something that was formed on the basis of a lie has become too overwhelming. My fear all along has been that everything is too good to be true. The hardest part has been admitting to myself that I have fallen in love with James. Every time I've tried to pull back to protect my own heart, something about him just reels me back in. Our chemistry is undeniable, and the more time we spend together, the harder I find it to spend a day apart from him. Our last few weeks have felt like a cat and mouse game, with me playing the role of the mouse. The irony is that every time I stop giving him my attention, it makes him try harder. Not only is it extremely confusing, but it also makes me feel like he is just working twice as hard to make sure we sell it, since I've stopped trying. I know that James has never really wanted me as a real-life partner. It was his idea to create this sham in the first place, and even though we've been simulating a legitimate romance, he has never communicated any genuine feelings towards me. I'm just stuck in this one-sided love, and I can't continue to torture myself day after day. I can feel his eyes on me as his boys are executing their plays on the football field, and my girls are performing their routines in front of the bleachers. The best thing I can do is continue to ignore his existence. Maybe then he will stop stringing me along on this roller coaster ride that will end with an inevitable heartbreak. Coach? Coach! Marigold stands next to me with a puzzled expression on her face and her hands on her hips. Oh. I snap out of my trance and acknowledge one of my lead cheerleaders. What is it? My ankle is acting up again. Can I take 5? She asks. Take as long as you need. I empathize with her due to my own injury. The worst thing you can do is put too much stress on it, okay? Marigold nods and does a light jog over to the stands. Thanks, Coach. I turn back to face the field, and 10 years are reduced from my life. God! My heart beats out of my chest as James stands directly in front of me. Is there a reason why you've been intentionally avoiding me all day? James places his hands in the pockets of his school-colored windbreaker pants. I catch my breath, then respond while avoiding his gaze. Do we have to do this right now? Yes, we do. Otherwise, you'll just keep ignoring me. He firmly stands his ground. I look down at the ground while muttering under my breath. Maybe it would be best that way. You're not serious, right? His tone becomes noticeably louder. I never expected you to be this immature. My mouth is agape as I look around carefully before responding. I'm immature? Look how you're acting. James takes a step closer to challenge me. I reciprocate his action and look up at him assertively. This is what you want, isn't it? This is more comfortable because it's like old times, right? There is an intensity in his eyes that I am noticing for the first time. It's as if he wants to say something while he's glaring at me, but he chooses not to. After about 30 seconds of our staring contest, he turns away and storms off. The next day, I am carrying out my lunch monitor duty when he cuts through the cafeteria and walks towards me with a disposable cup of coffee in his hand. He hands it to me with a smile before walking away silently. Is this supposed to be a peace offering? I'm not fond of how he's pretending like nothing even happened yesterday. The least he could have done is given me an apology. I have several opportunities throughout the day to bring up the topic, but I choose not to. It's not like it's going to change anything. He's still not in love with me, and this deal will be over soon anyway. I keep myself busy by preparing for the first dance class after school, reminding myself that this has been my true objective all along. Since it has already been approved thanks to James's help per our arrangement, I throw myself into the arrangements. I will no longer occupy my mind with useless thoughts of James Finch. It doesn't stop him from seeking me out, though. I am in the gym organizing things with the dance coordinator that I hired when he comes up to me as if he has unfinished business. Can I talk to you for a minute? James stands next to me with his usual pose. I nod at the dance teacher first, and she leaves us alone to talk. When I turn to face him, I instantly feel exhausted. I don't have much time. I'm in the middle of preparations right now. I see that. I won't take up too much of your time. He looks around the gym as if it's a new location he has never seen before. Although his demeanor is calm, he does not come off as his usual confident self. I glance down at the notes I've jotted down in my notepad, expecting him to speak his mind in the meantime. After the silence grows more uncomfortable, I look up at him curiously. Thanksgiving is in 2 days. James studies me after making his brief statement. Yes, I respond in the most awkward way possible, not knowing what else to say at that moment. He looks down at his shoes and sighs heavily. This won't do. We can't grow apart like this. My body stiffens from his straightforward approach. I know that he is absolutely right, but it's hard for me to express any feelings since I'm working on pulling back emotionally. I don't know how to pretend to be a loving fiancé just enough to make our ploy succeed, while keeping my heart out of the situation. But I just have to try. I promised, didn't I? I'm sorry about creating a scene and making you uncomfortable. James holds my gaze with his sincere amber eyes. I remind myself that this is all for the sake of the act, and encourage myself to stay on track. I accept your apology, and I don't have any issues with you. We're good. There is another moment of silence. Then James releases a sigh of relief. I'll pick you up on Thanksgiving then. I also feel relieved now that we've communicated effectively. Yes.
Chapter 37. James. I arrive in front of her apartment earlier than our scheduled time. The excitement really starts to hit me as I sit in my sports car, envisioning how much my family is going to fall in love with Iris. I reflect about how bringing a woman home for the holidays has always been a fantasy of mine. My mind has to remind me that this is all a show because there's no telling my heart otherwise. Iris walks towards the car in her heavy gray coat and matching gray hat. She carries a large, foil-covered pan with both arms that she cradles carefully like a newborn baby. I quickly hop out of the driver's seat, sprint over to her as she reaches the passenger side, and assist her curiously. "What's all this?" She glances down at the precious cargo, then thoughtfully hands it over to me. "You forgot to tell me what I should bring, so I took it upon myself to do something." I give her an impressed glance as I hold the pan in my left hand and open the passenger door with my right. "You cooked something?" "Well, it's a tradition in my family to bring either wine or food. I've been dubbed the Deviled Egg Queen because I make the best deviled eggs that you'll ever taste in your life." "Are you serious?" I raise a brow as I look down at the pan with anticipation. "Should I do a taste test beforehand?" "No." Iris giggles as she lowers herself into the seat. "You'll have to wait just like everyone else." "I guess that's fair." I close her door for her, meticulously place the pan on the back seat, and make my way to the driver's side. "You thought that I would just show up empty-handed?" She observes me attentively. I buckle my seatbelt, then shift the gear to move the car forward. "I guess it didn't cross my mind. Thanks for being so considerate." "Of course." Iris looks around briefly as if she has something else she wants to say. She allows several minutes to pass before she begins her interrogation. "What's your mom's name again?" "Janice," I reply proudly, as if our roles are reversed and I'm the parent. "Does Janice have any pet peeves?" She places her hands together in her lap and interweaves her fingers. "My mother is the bubbliest person you will ever meet. She looks for the good in every situation, as it is. Not that you won't impress her on your own, of course. She's non-judgmental and will be the life of the party." I give her a reassuring look. "You have nothing to worry about." "That's easy for you to say," she mumbles under her breath. "They're your family." I find her nervousness incredibly adorable and focus on making her more relaxed. "Well, if these deviled eggs are anywhere as good as you say they are, I have a feeling that you've already won them all over." Iris cracks a small smile, then shyly looks at her hands. "Does she have any hobbies?" "Truthfully, you probably have more in common with my family than I do. None of them really understand my tech work. They're supportive, though, but they really only talk to me about coaching. Even my mom. She's big into football like the rest of the family. And she is quite the wine connoisseur," I explain. "Ugh. I should have brought her a bottle of wine instead." She appears deflated. I separate her hands by taking her left hand into my right hand, holding it gently to offer her my full support. "Everything is going to be okay. Just be yourself and they'll love you." Iris nods at me and relaxes her previously tensed shoulders. "Who else can I expect to meet there?" "My brothers will definitely be there, encouraging me to drink an endless supply of beers with them." I chuckle heartily. "What are their names? Are they married? Do they have any kids?" Iris expresses her interest in them as she releases her hand from my grasp and takes mental notes. "Greg and Alistair. Greg is a family man. You'll meet his wife, Emily, and their kids, Shane and Jenny." I turn the steering wheel to the left when the turn signal illuminates green. "Alistair is married without kids, but still very much a family guy." They all sound great. Iris becomes calmer as she receives all the answers to her questions. It doesn't sound like any of them are going to grill me about our relationship. Not at all. They'll all be too busy pinching themselves when they've seen that I've actually brought a woman home for Thanksgiving. I release an ironic chuckle. It's the one topic that they always harass me about at every family function. I know the feeling. Iris sighs heavily. So, they already know that we went to high school together and work together now. I lightly pat my left hand against the steering wheel as I attempt to iron out the other details in my mind. We need to have the same details about our love story. That's definitely a question that I anticipate them asking. Iris turns her body towards me at a 45-degree angle. What will we say? We've known each other for a long time, and we've always been attracted to each other. Our differing views kept us from pursuing a relationship during our school years, but now we've become aware of our compatibility while working together. I wholeheartedly believe all the words I have just recited, knowing that my feelings for her are genuine. My hope is that she will hear the sincerity in my voice and consider taking what we have going on seriously. Yes. Iris stares blankly ahead like my words have no effect on her whatsoever. She is simply a woman on a mission who will accomplish her task successfully. I feel disheartened even though I have no right to be. It's unrealistic for me to expect her to be able to read between the lines. I also don't want to overwhelm her when she is already full of nerves. We can tell them all about the Halloween party and the weekend getaway to Long Beach Island, too. Right. She's still preoccupied with something else. Maybe her thoughts are racing and she doesn't feel comfortable enough to share them with me. When the car pulls up in front of the house, that's when it all becomes real. I shift the gear into park, then turn towards her to ask a very important question. Is it okay if I hug and kiss you in front of them? Iris nods, then responds in the most emotionless manner. It's all part of the act. I force a smile as I combat the physical pain of my heartstrings ripping throughout my chest. Let's go inside.
Chapter 38. Iris. I take a deep breath as James energetically exits the driver's side of his car and sprints around to open my door for me. It feels odd when he does these sorts of things for me when nobody is watching. A part of me hopes that it's not an act overall, but I feel like he's shown me time and time again that his feelings don't run deeply for me like mine run for him. All this time we've spent together, he's never said it's anything more to him than a con to get his family off his case. I don't think he sees us as being the perfect dream couple the way I'm realizing we are. Thank you. I acknowledge him in a soft voice as I observe the 2 cars and the SUV that also occupy the long driveway. I should grab the deviled eggs platter. I'll get it. James shifts to the back door of the car before I have a chance to do anything. He seems more excited than I've seen him in a while, and I hate that it makes him look even more attractive. I extend both of my folded arms outward to him to carefully accept the foil pan. Thanks. He closes the door and takes a step closer to me with his charming grin gracing his chiseled face. Are you feeling okay? Yes, I'm fine. I wonder if the sensation I have currently is the calm before the storm. Or maybe I just psyched myself out so much on the way here that I've gotten all the nerves out of my system. James drapes his arm at my lower back and guides me towards the front door of the enchanting red brick home. They're going to fall in love with you. I glance up at him as we stand in front of the brown wooden door after he rings the doorbell. If you haven't, what makes you think that they will? They're going to see right through this pretense. That thought crossing my mind unbidden causes my heart to start beating in my throat. The door swings open, and a tall, slender woman with sandy blonde hair smiles at us in the most familiar way. Her demeanor is just as bright as the tie-dye sweater that she wears paired with bright pink sweatpants. Janice opens her arms widely and releases an energetic shriek as she hugs her son tightly. I'm so glad you're here. She takes a step back, then admires me with the same loving gaze before glancing down at the pan in my hands. I'd give you the same greeting, but I see that you have your hands full. Honey, you didn't have to do all this. I giggle pleasantly as I release my grasp on the foil pan. I wanted to. You really are a sweetheart. Janice playfully tries to guess the contents. It's too light to be a casserole. What delightful treat did you bless us with? I always make deviled eggs for my family during the holidays, so I wanted to extend the tradition to yours. I start to feel my anxiety releasing the more that I interact with her. James is right. She's a sweetheart. Her face lights up even brighter. I'm obsessed with those. It's so cold out there. Why don't you two come inside? She takes a few steps back while observing us attentively. Go ahead and take your coats off while I put this in the kitchen. I am distracted by the grandiose chandelier that hangs above us, and all the eclectic pieces of art that fill the corridor. James proceeds to remove my coat first, to hang it up on the coat rack before attending to his own. I study him silently for a moment. Why does he have to be such a gentleman? It makes all of this so much harder. Janice reappears with empty hands and embraces me tenderly in the way she mentioned earlier. It's nice to officially meet you, Iris. I'm so glad you're here. Let me introduce you to everyone. She intertwines her arm with mine and leads me through the house. When I glance over my shoulder at James behind us, he smiles happily and shrugs his shoulders. The whole family is gathered in the living room, and the warm atmosphere is instantly felt as we enter the room. I am introduced to Janice's husband, James's brother Alistair, and Alistair's wife Vicky, his brother Greg, and Greg's wife Emily, and the children, Shane and Jenny. The kids immediately charge at James and tackle him to the floor. Everyone laughs heartily while watching them play together. The lovable scene makes me able to picture James with kids of his own someday. James is pulled away by his brothers with a case of beers, just as he predicted. He continues to steal glances at me while he laughs and drinks with them across the room. I feel conflicted about the attention that he gives me when it's completely unnecessary. Why isn't he just focused on his guy time? Is he actually concerned about my interactions with his mom? Emily and I sit on the bar stools at the kitchen island. We peek into the living room to watch the kids playing with their grandfather. Janice gets our attention by popping open a bottle of champagne in front of us. She giggles joyously as she pours the bubbly liquid into 3 crystal flutes. I'm just getting the party started early. We have so much to celebrate. I accept the filled glass as Emily simultaneously receives hers. Thank you. Oh, first things first. Janice turns around, walks to the far kitchen counter and retrieves the platter that I brought. She uncovers it in front of me and helps herself to a deviled egg. Oh my God. Her eyes widen, indulging blissfully while holding my gaze. Emily reaches to grab one, then shares a similar reaction as she chews it. These are the best deviled eggs I've ever had. I have the most satisfying feeling as Janice helps herself to another one. I'm so glad you like them. Honestly, I could eat the whole tray by myself. Janice covers her full mouth as she laughs hysterically. She grabs the attention of all the other family members, and the trio of men end up making their way over to us with their beers in their hands. James stands behind me and hugs me from behind, with his arms wrapped around the top of my chest. It sounds like you ladies are having all the fun. My heartbeat rapidly increases while he embraces me. Why am I like this? James is just playing his role, but I desperately want to believe that this is genuine. He may be husband material, but he's not even my boyfriend, so I have to check myself. I feel even guiltier now that his family is taking such a liking to me. Janice tilts her head as she smiles widely as she watches us. She raises her champagne glass. You two really are the prettiest picture. To Iris and James.
Chapter 39. James. The family gathers around Iris, and I love it. She's gracious and witty, and I'm so proud of her. It knocks me off my feet to see how well Iris gets along with my family. It is one thing to bring someone home, but it is totally another thing when that person gets along with your family like they belong there. The house smells like cinnamon and pumpkin, and everyone is in a good mood. There's standing room only in the living room where everyone has congregated. Iris talks to the women in my family as if she has known them forever. At one point, I see my sister-in-law with her arm around Iris, sharing beauty secrets. Then, when Iris goes to the kitchen and I pass through, I hear my mother giving Iris the family recipe for our turkey stuffing that my mother never shares with anyone. It's a prized possession, in my mother's opinion. It's a great day for me as various family members pat me on the back and smile because I brought Iris to this Thanksgiving gathering. The funny thing is that Iris acts just as happy to be here as my family is to have her here. I love your family. They're all so sweet and kind. I'm going to hate going back to my family's holidays because they are nothing like this, Iris says. I'm glad you are having a good time. Correction, I am having a great time. It is somewhere around dessert that I realize I don't want any of this to end. Watching Iris laugh and get along with my family makes me so happy. I don't want this to be a one-time thing. I don't want to tell them in a few weeks that we called it off. I want her here for every holiday. Hell, I want her around every day. Iris, can I get you anything? Iris gives me one of her classic slow smiles. Everything is just perfect, James, so perfect. Iris touches my face gently with her fingers. She looks at me for a few seconds and I think she's going to kiss me, but she doesn't. The girls wanted me to come play cards with them in the den, Iris says. Where is it, exactly? I think I've lost sight of them. Down that hall, I say. You can't miss it. Just past the bathroom. It takes up the back side of the house. Super. Do you need anything? Iris asks. I'm startled by this question. I've never had a date care about my needs while visiting my family. What would she do if I admitted I need her? But I swallow the thought for now. I'm good, I say. Iris pats me on the shoulder and then leaves my side. I feel a grave loss as she walks away. I realize I'll have to talk to her soon and hope for the best. But not today. Not in front of everyone. Still, I can't deny it anymore. I've got to tell her how I feel. How long do I have to hold back? I'll just come clean. I'll say that somehow I stop pretending and everything we are doing is really real to me. Then an insecurity hits me. What if she doesn't feel the same? The house is very warm all of a sudden and I feel like going outside. As I am getting my jacket, I see Iris coming down the stairs. She is with Vicky and they are laughing. It hits me that I can't just tell her my feelings in a plain way. Somehow I have to make the moment special. But how am I going to do that? What if it isn't the right thing to do? Even though I feel certain in my gut, I'm still weighing the pros and cons. It seems that my rational mind and heart are at war with each other. I step outside to cool off and clear my head, but the thought won't go away that I need to talk to her. I need to know how she feels. I need to know if I'm wasting my time dreaming this could be anything more. I take a deep breath and return inside. Hanging up my coat, I try to steel my nerves. Just then, Iris happens to walk by, and I take it as a sign to speak before I can change my mind. Can I talk to you for a minute? I ask. Sure, I also have something to tell you, Iris says. I get this really strange twinge in my stomach. What does Iris have to tell me?
Chapter 40. Iris. As the family members start to arrange plates and silverware at the elongated dining room table, I realize that this is the ideal moment for us to break away from everyone and speak privately. I go searching for James and find him by the front door. He says he has something to tell me too. So I take James by his hand and lead him into the living room. Once we are secluded in the far corner of the room, I prepare myself for the words that are about to exit my mouth by inhaling sharply, then exhaling deeply. James fully turns his body towards me and expresses a look of great concern. Are you feeling overwhelmed? Should we leave early? I am taken aback by his suggestion. Why would he prioritize my comfort over spending quality time with his family? I don't even mean anything to him, right? You would do that for me? I slightly tilt my head as I try to decipher what his act of kindness could mean on a deeper level. It's all wishful thinking, no matter what way I look at it. Of course, James moves even closer to me, reads my eyes thoughtfully, and places my hands into his. I notice that I am inadvertently holding my breath once I am forced to release a heavy breath. I can't keep doing this. My feet lead me away from him and out of his grasp. The confusion I am feeling is at an all-time peak. There is nobody in this room but us. So why is he choosing to play his role of the loving fiancé now? Iris, James trails behind me, speaking in a low voice that could easily persuade me with little effort. We'll get through this together. The night is almost over. Let's just have dinner, then we can leave together. The room feels as if it is suddenly becoming stuffy while I express my nagging thoughts to him out loud. I look up at him with a defeated demeanor. I can't stand lying to your mother even a minute longer. She is so invested in us and will be even more heartbroken the longer we drag this out. Can we please just come clean to everyone? If not for our sake, can you do it for Janice? Are you serious? James appears to be more shocked than upset. He breaks my gaze as he shifts into his usual thinking pose with his hands in his pockets. You already knew what we signed up for before we came here. I know. I take a step closer to him, hoping that he can gauge my sincerity. But I didn't expect everybody to be so kind and accepting. You knew that they would be like this, so how were you even capable of coming up with this plan in the first place? He continues to look to his right, as if he can't bear the sight of me. I've always felt confident about how they would receive us as a couple. You're right. Your family will understand because they love you. My right hand comfortably takes a hold of his left bicep before I am able to control the action. It will be best if they hear the truth from you, and I'll be next to you, supporting you every step of the way. Fine. His intense amber eyes finally meet with mine. You want the truth? Let's go deliver the truth then. He captures my hand that holds his arm, then guides me out of the living room and into the dining room. Janice smiles as she watches us enter, then stands up with her champagne flute in her hand. There they are, just in time for our grand toast before we indulge in all this delicious food. James becomes solemn as he places us at the other end of the table, behind his brothers. I'd hold off on that toast for now, Ma. You may not be in such a spirited mood in a few minutes. What? Janice slowly descends into her seat as she becomes increasingly concerned. What's going on? Now that I have everyone's attention, James clears his throat before proceeding to glance at me to his left. I brought Iris here to get you all off my back. Every family gathering, it's the same thing. When are you going to bring a woman home? So I've done as you've requested, but she has done absolutely nothing wrong. It's my fault alone for deceiving you. The tension in the room is uncomfortable as people just glance at each other without speaking. I look to him for some kind of cue to speak, but he gives me nothing. James fills the room again with his deep, rich voice. That's how we got here together, but in the process, I fell in love. He turns to face me, gazing down with softer eyes as he engulfs my hands with his. My mouth is agape as I frantically read his eyes and try to grasp what is happening. Is this all a part of the act too? Why is he looking at me like what he's saying is real? He looks more relaxed as he releases a charming chuckle. Honestly, I had a crush on her since high school, but I never thought that I would be good enough for her. What? I am barely able to form words as I decipher the sincerity in his eyes. At this moment, I am shocked to my core by his confession, and I see similar expressions as I scan the room. It still makes no sense to me. If I was a longtime crush of his, why was he always mean to me? Was he going out of his way to anger me because he was frustrated with his feelings for me and didn't know how to properly express them? James smiles at me as if he is reading my mind. I know that I didn't treat you well back then. I was just a dumb kid who didn't know how to tell you that I liked you. Even now, as a grown man, I keep messing up. I become this crazy teenage boy in love when you're around. But I can't keep denying these feelings that I've kept hidden from you for a long time. A lump grows in my throat as I attempt to answer him, but I am rendered helpless once again. I believe that what he is saying is real, but it's almost as if I don't trust myself with taking the next step. I've managed to hold back all this time. Should I finally let go? Iris. James holds my gaze as if nothing in the world exists except for me. I love you.
Chapter 41. James, a major weight has been lifted off of my shoulders, but I still feel nervous about the outcome. I have so much to lose if things don't work out in my favor, and it's a terrifying thought because my life has never been the same ever since I've experienced true intimacy with Iris. It's the first time I've been emotionally vulnerable with a woman, and now I'm putting all my cards on the table, hoping that she doesn't turn me down in front of all my loved ones. All my doubts are laid to rest when Iris smiles blissfully, and tears stream down her face. There's no denying that her feelings for me run deeply as well. At this moment, I forget that my family members are even in the room, and all I see is Iris. When she accepts my declaration of love, I single-handedly become the luckiest man on the planet. Yes, Iris still looks like a work of art as she sobs uncontrollably. I love you too, James. My heart beats out of my chest as I take a step closer to her, cup her delicate face with my hands, and softly wipe her tears away with my thumbs. I feel a sense of relief that can't even be described as my arms wrap around her, and she nestles her face at the base of my neck. I'm convinced it's true love. My mother rises from her seat and claps her hands enthusiastically. Everyone else joins in with cheers and shouts of encouragement. Iris and I exit our embrace and face everyone as if we have just concluded a scene of a play. The irony is that this is the most pivotal and sincere point in our relationship that they have all bared witness to. That's not all. I clear my throat, then turn to Iris, holding her gaze as I raise her hand that carries her engagement ring closer to me. I was intentional when I picked out this ring for you. Everything that I said to you when I proposed came from my heart. She looks up at me with a tender smile and puffy eyes. You really meant everything that you said? I lower myself to one knee while I continue to hold her hand. I can't live without you, Iris. This experience has humbled me so much. I've learned not to take my blessings for granted and to allow things to manifest naturally. So I won't rush you in anyway. My hope is that it won't be long until we can really walk this path together. I wouldn't have it any other way. Iris speaks in between her inconsistent breaths. After everything we've experienced together in such a short period of time, I don't feel rushed at all. A wide grin forms onto my face that is incapable of being wiped away. I stand tall in front of her and bring her closer with my hands at the small of her back. Does that mean that you're willing to spend the rest of your life with me? Iris reciprocates my smile, places the palms of her hands against my chest, and releases a tearful giggle. Absolutely. This whole thing might be crazy, but yes, I want to be your wife. Our lips meet gently, and we share the sweetest kiss we have ever had. It feels like we are unofficially marrying ourselves as our bodies are so tightly intertwined. She fits like a puzzle piece that has been missing all this time. There is a clinking sound that brings us out of our amorous exchange. Janice continues to stand at her same position with a raised champagne glass in her hand. This calls for a celebration. Somebody place a glass of champagne in the engaged couple's hands. I chuckle heartily as Emily hands Iris a full glass of champagne, then does the same for me. My family instantly joins in the toast with elevated glasses and a heightened level of excitement. You all know how long I've waited for this day. Janice pauses to make eye contact with several members of the family before returning her gaze to me and Iris. It may not have unfolded in the way that any of us had expected, but what matters is that they found their way to each other regardless. Iris glances down at her crystal champagne flute as she speaks in a low voice. Does this mean that you forgive us for lying to you? Girl, it's already in the past, Janice responds with her lively theatrics, and everyone murmurs agreement. Let's all congratulate the newly engaged couple. So, when can we expect the wedding? You all won't wait too long, right? Ma. I chuckle at her investigative behavior, then clink my glass with Iris's. I say it more for Iris than anything. I'd marry her tomorrow if she'd let me. But I'll take it one day at a time, spoiling my fiancée and making sure she has the perfect wedding when the time comes, no expense spared. Thank you all for your support. The remainder of the evening is filled with dancing, drinks, and laughter. My brothers are insistent on playing horseshoes in the backyard, despite it only being 45 degrees outside. Luckily, we still have the large fire pit in the center of the back porch, where everyone gathers comfortably on the patio furniture to watch their antics. I thoughtfully drape a thick comforter over Iris as she sits alone on the wicker love seat with plush cushions, then sit next to her with my bottle of beer in my hand. Thank you. She holds my gaze with sparkling eyes. Are you sure you'll be okay switching to beer? I'm a pro, remember? I glance at the bottle, then smile at her charmingly. You know, I've always had the hots for you, even though you were a bit of a jerk to me in the past. Iris smirks as she holds the blanket over her body. That's probably my biggest regret. I take a large swig of my beer. If it weren't for my foolishness, we could already be years into our relationship. You think so? Iris curiously raises her brow. You never showed any interest in me. We've already established that I was an idiot, right? I'll even accept the award for biggest idiot on the planet if it will mean that I have your forgiveness. She giggles pleasantly. In the words of my future mother-in-law, it's already in the past. I smile even wider after hearing her acknowledge my mother in that way. Nothing could make me happier than the merging of the two most important women in my life. There is a gratitude that I'm experiencing that I've never acknowledged until now. I immediately feel the warmth of her body as I softly envelop her in my arms. There isn't a single thing that I wouldn't do for this woman, and I find myself craving her in a way that exceeds the physical. My eyes close tightly as I place my face against the side of hers, and my voice becomes a precious, melodic whisper to her eardrum. I want to make love to you.
Chapter 42. Iris. At home, the moonlight coming in through the window highlights the sharp lines of his face. The butterflies are still in a frenzy. My stomach twists and relaxes with anticipation and joy. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that this is real. We are both deeply in love and are actually engaged now. I am more relieved that everyone was so forgiving about the whole thing. I thought that his mother would have had a bigger reaction. Somehow I managed to find the man of my dreams, in the one man I had never given a second thought to before. It feels like a fantasy come true. Seems all those enemies to lovers' romance novels are onto something after all. James's eyes pierce into my soul. His own cheeks are still a little red from smiling so hard. Honestly, this man, yes, he is aggravating at times, but I love him so much. My heart is full just looking at him. There is so much left to talk about. Details to finalize. All of that can wait until tomorrow. James closes in. His hand is gentle as it cups my cheek and tilts my head back. He stands so close. He has such a dominating presence. It makes him appear even taller as we stand toe to toe. He leans down and kisses me. It is soft and tender. His hand slides around my neck and into my hair. I set my hands on his shoulders. Every touch is light and soothing, as tender as his kiss, but no less passionate as any we have shared before. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from romance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 43. James. Our big day approaches faster than the speed of light, but Iris and I have been mentally prepared for this event for quite some time now. The 6 months we've spent together as an engaged couple already feels like we are husband and wife. It has been such a natural process for us, and now it feels like we are just making it official for everyone else. We are alike in the sense that what our wedding day looks like doesn't matter to either of us. In fact, we have completely released our hands from the reins and allowed our mothers to do all the planning. Both women were beyond thrilled to carry out their duties, and now we are witnessing all the thoughtful efforts that they have made manifest into a physical ceremony. It took a lot of stress off of us, and I assured Iris that I have everything handled. I don't even mind that our mothers seem to go a little crazy and that I've gotten numerous phone calls from my credit card company. I just laugh. It's all worth it for my bride, and it's not like they're actually draining my vast accounts. I confidently stand at the magnificent white arch, wearing a classic white tuxedo with sophisticated black trimming. Avery stands next to me in his black suit, ready to officiate our wedding. He comes over to me and greets me with our usual brotherly hug. "Are you ready for this?" "I've been ready for over a decade." I look out to the intimate crowd to see 10 chairs neatly organized on each side of the aisle. My family members and friends sit on the left side, and the 10 people Iris invited sit on the right. That's my man. Avery looks at me proudly as he walks back to his post. The sun is just starting to set, and it creates beautiful hues of pink and purple, majestically reflecting off of the large lake behind me. I look to my mother, who smiles and waves energetically from the first row. This is probably her proudest moment when it comes to me. Shayla comes up on the stage and says something to her husband before coming over to me. She places her hands at the sides of my shoulders like a proud sister. "You're going to love married life. It truly is a blessing." "Thanks, Shayla." I smile at her warmly before she walks to the white grand piano and begins to play an enchanting classical piece. We all look to the aisle to see my niece, Jenny, elegantly scattering flower petals down the aisle as she walks towards me. Her brother Shane follows closely behind her with a regal white cushion in his hands. I kneel down to both of them and praise them for doing their jobs well. Then I retrieve the rings from the cushion. "Go and sit with your mom and dad now, okay?" As the kids run off to their designated seats, the maid of honor and best man stroll down the aisle with their arms intertwined. Seeing my assistant football coach paired with Iris's sister brings me joy. It is the first image of our lives joining together, playing out right in front of me. They join me on the stage. Then the piano tune shifts to the wedding theme, and everyone rises to their feet simultaneously. I take a deep breath, preparing myself to see the love of my life adorned in a white wedding gown. My dream is finally coming true, and the realization of it makes my heart beat faster in my chest. Iris appears at the opposite end of the aisle with her mom, Kathleen, at her right side. She is already holding my gaze with a wide grin as she makes her way over to me in slow motion. It seems like she is floating as the delicate white fabric trails against the ground, leaving no view of her feet as she glides forward. When they reach the foot of the stage, Kathleen kisses her daughter's forehead and smiles at me before heading to her seat. I greet Iris at the first step with my arm extended outward to her. She accepts it happily, then ascends the 3 steps to enter the stage. "Always a gentleman." She smiles flirtatiously as she joins me under the arch. "Only for my woman." I wink at her and gently take both of her hands in mine as I stand across from her. Avery starts making a speech, but it is entirely drowned out by my own thoughts. My only focus is this phenomenal woman in front of me, and how fortunate I am to call myself her life partner. I only snap out of my trance when it is time for us to recite our vows. We publicly express our love for each other once again, exchange rings, and impatiently wait to be given our cue. The time arrives, and I wrap my arms around her waist as our lips meet sensually. Our guests clap enthusiastically as we share our first kiss as a married couple. The ballroom of the venue we rented out is 10 times the size that we need for our group of 20 people. But it gives plenty of space for the kids to run around while the adults enjoy alcoholic beverages and dance to our favorite hits from our adolescent years. Iris changes into a lacy white dress that allows her to move more freely. She goes up to the stage and speaks into the microphone once the music pauses. So, everyone who knows us knows that me and my husband, oh my God, I can actually call him that now. Everyone screams and cheers her on as she playfully points at me. I point back at her just before I am tackled by Danny, Dean, and Avery. They tease me with several childish shoves. Like I was saying, my husband and I are super competitive, so we're going to have a dance-off. The guys against the ladies. She raises her glass of champagne to invoke a response from the crowd. Shayla joins her on the stage, then borrows the microphone from her. I've got an even better idea. We have 3 married couples from Holly Brook High all in attendance. Let's have a married couple face-off. Myself and Avery versus Maya and Dean versus the newest addition, Iris and James. Iris snatches the mic from her and glares at her intensely. You're on! All 3 couples choose their songs. Then we begin the challenge in the order that we've gotten married. Everyone claps to the beat of a classic hip-hop song that Shayla and Avery dance to. They definitely have fun with it and get all the guests involved. Maya and Dean are up next. They improvise their dance to a classic rock song and are completely out of breath by the end of it. When Iris and I grace the stage, we give each other a smug smile, knowing something that nobody else knows. The Latin music starts, and we are instantly in sync. We already had a dance prepared for our reception that incorporates bachata, salsa, and paso doble. The large room is filled with gasps and awes throughout our seductive performance. We finish off in a pose where I have Iris in a dipped pose, her head only inches away from the shiny hardwood floors.
Chapter 44. Iris. I have never been so grateful for a wardrobe change as I am right now. James' hands are hot through the fabric of the cocktail dress I'm wearing. The wall of the elevator is cool against the back of my legs. His lips are on my throat. I tilt my head back against his shoulder to give him better access. We are nowhere near our room. The floors ding one by one as we rise from the lobby to the 8th floor. I am glad that everyone had a good time, but I am done with the entertaining guests. James is on the same page as I am. We snuck away together. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at vixavonromance.com, and with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 45. James, it's only natural that I go all out for our honeymoon. The morning after our passionate wedding night, I surprise Iris with breakfast in bed. On the far right side of the large tray next to the mini V's of assorted flowers, there is a sealed envelope with my handwriting on the front that reads, "To Mrs. Finch." Iris sits up straight in the massive bed with her back against the headrest. She looks up at me with a pleasant smile and sparkling eyes as I place the tray that transforms into a table over her lap. Breakfast in bed fit for a queen. I lean over the side of the left side bed and softly kiss her forehead, then walk around the front of the bed to the other side. She reaches for the detailed porcelain cup of coffee and delicately holds it with both hands. I could get used to this. You should. I join her on the bed, thoroughly appreciating every minute that she enjoys what I've prepared for her. It still feels surreal. I'm your husband. My lips form a satisfied grin from how the words sound as they exit my mouth. Yes, you are. She finishes her fruit and croissant, then retrieves the envelope, studying it with a curious expression. I'm also loving my new title. What is this? I move even closer to her, draping my right arm around her lower back as I observe the mysterious object with her. Why don't you open it and find out? Iris playfully scrunches up her face at me, then flips the envelope around to break the seal. She slowly removes 2 airline tickets and becomes speechless as she reads the details. How? I chuckle proudly as I admire how beautiful she looks as she struggles to gather her words. Did you think we would be going anywhere else for our honeymoon? She lowers the tickets from her face, then turns her upper body towards me as she still expresses her shock. The Maldives? I remembered that you said that's where you would want to go on a real honeymoon. My face moves closer to her left shoulder, and I amorously give it several kisses. That was forever ago. I can't believe that you remember that conversation. Iris holds my gaze with pretty brown eyes that quickly become misty. I'm always listening attentively to everything you say. I thoughtfully catch her first tear with my thumb below her eye and gently wipe it away. Iris giggles joyously as she cries, then intentionally pushes the table away, spilling all of its remaining contents onto the white duvet. She leaps into my arms and tightly wraps her arms around the top of my shoulders. This is why I keep falling in love with you over and over again. We head to the airport around lunchtime and board our first-class seats on time. The journey is nearly 18 hours, but once we get there and witness the magical blue waters in person, we confirm that it was all worth it. I secure the most romantic suite for us on the island that not only overlooks the beach, but it also has its own swim-up pool from the bedroom balcony. Social media really doesn't do this place justice. Iris stares out of the open sliding door overlooking the most picturesque view of several hues of blue. I hug her tightly from behind, softly rocking her body from side to side with mine. What do you want to do first? She turns around within my embrace, looking up at me as she bites her bottom lip seductively and places her soft hands onto my bare chest. You made my dream come true of having sex on the beach. How about making my dream come true of making love to me on a balcony in the Maldives? I can do that and so much more. I lower my lips to hers and release all of my passion for her into our kiss. She moans softly as I back her into the closed part of the sliding door while amorously kissing the side of her neck. When I lift up her long yellow dress, I become even more aroused at the realization that she has nothing underneath it. We are incapable of keeping our hands off of each other for the first 2 to 3 hours. The time flies by as we explore different sex positions on the balcony and around the grand suite. By the time we have recouped on our rest and cleaned ourselves up, we've worked up quite the appetite. We enjoy our first dinner with the indulgence of the finest seafood on the island. The 2 weeks that we spend in paradise just add to the dreamlike essence of our relationship as a whole. We spend so much time together without being interrupted by our careers, families, and electronics. It makes the reality of being back in Philadelphia even more challenging, but we continue to tackle life's hurdles together. August arrives. 2 months have swiftly passed, and we are actively preparing for the next school semester that starts in a matter of days. Everything is going well until Iris falls ill for the first time since we've been together. It starts with a fever and an increasing level of exhaustion. She refuses to take my advice and see a doctor until it becomes an unbearable mixture of pain and nausea. I take her to the emergency room that day, feeling the most worried that I have ever felt in my life. Iris is my entire world, and I don't know how I would live if something happens to her. The doctors run some tests, then leave us alone in the hospital room for a brief period. Maybe you've just been working too hard with the preparations for the fall semester. I sandwich her left hand between both of mine and kiss it gently. You should just take a leave of absence and return in the spring. No, I can't do that, babe. Iris gives me a reassuring smile. I'm sure it's just some sort of stomach bug or virus. The doctor re-enters the room with her clipboard tucked under her arm and an upbeat demeanor. Congratulations are in order, Mr. and Mrs. Finch. You're 2 months pregnant. Really? I chuckle deeply as I lean over the hospital bed and embrace my wife happily. This is the best news, sweetheart. Yes, it is. Iris drapes her arms around my back while crying tears of joy. We experience our first ultrasound and smile at each other brightly as we hear our child's heartbeat for the first time. I take the opportunity to acknowledge her once we are alone in the room again. Thank you, Mrs. Finch. I swallow hard to counter the tears creeping up my throat. Why are you thanking me? Iris giggles and smiles sweetly. We did this together. I gaze into her loving eyes while holding her hands tenderly. You made my dream come true of becoming your husband. Now you've made my dream come true of becoming a father.